And welcome back into the Cowboys Report, live once again for the next 4+ hours before the 2025 NFL trade deadline is over. That coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. The Cowboys have already made one trade for Logan Wilson. The Raiders have shipped off Jakobi Meyers in the 30 minutes before we were going live here. We're going to have you covered on everything going on around the Cowboys, the trades that happens, the news, etc. So keep it locked in with us here for the next many hours as part of the very much a whirlwind of 24 hours on the Cowboys Report. From the Jerry Jones claims a trade was going to happen. That video went out at almost 24 hours exactly before the deadline. And then our live show, and then the post-game wrap-up, and then the Logan Wilson trade, then another video earlier this morning. So we will have you guys covered here on the Cowboys Report. The trade that happened earlier today for the Dallas Cowboys. They get linebacker Logan Wilson, and the Bengals get a 2026 7th-round pick. I believe the Cowboys have the 7th-round pick from the Chiefs as part of the Peyton Hendershot trade. And then what they should be giving up is the Giants' 7th-round pick as part of the disaster class Jaelan Phillips trade, which, pick swap, whatever, but did not work out at all there in the end. So Cowboys get Logan Wilson. Bengals get a 7th-round pick. I want you guys to grade the trade for me. A, B, C. You can go to that one, though. You were right. You can go to the top with the grade. I think that's a good idea. Grade that trade. Logan Wilson for a 7th-round pick. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. I think it shouldn't be any lower than an A or B. It's a trade. It's cheap. It was a 7th-round pick. They didn't give up much of anything there. How does it look with trade 2 top, by the way? It might look okay. I'm curious. We're trying out the graphics on the fly. So, grade the trade. Yeah, I like that. A, B, C, D, or if there's room for another piece, if the Bengals got another piece or not. Let me know. A, B, C, D, or F. I see a lot of Bs, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. It is. This is I'm fine doing this trade. What I don't want to do is some Minkah trade, where you give up a 4th for a guy that can't even get on the football field for you. Which, at this point, I don't know if he's going to play for you this year. I thought he was going to be a go this week. He was not. I don't know what you're going to do there. It was a mess. A 7th-rounder, pick what, 223? Whatever, who cares? That doesn't matter at all, frankly. You can do that. And maybe he ends up being a piece for you next year. Maybe he's not. You get a half season to figure out how that plays out. So, grade it for me, A, B, C, D, or F in the comments section of today's show. A lot of Bs. Brent says it's free. Who cares? A+. It's fine, too. I think Logan Wilson, the Bengals, I think were wrong to bench him. I've watched their linebackers. I've watched Barrett Carter. I've watched all these other guys play. It has been bad. It has been really, really bad on that front. They have not played good football. There's really no way around it. They have not played the type of football that they need. Also, I think it's because you have to do more than just 100 when you move them over on everything. It only is going to, or just go to 1,000. How far down does it go? I'm not sure what the actual move over process is. Let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up. So, yeah, because that should be there somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it should still be there from this morning. So, whatever those graphics are that we used. Unless they all got deleted. Okay, that's fine. So grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments. We'll get some shout-outs here as well. B+, B, B+, B, B+, A, C, B+, B, B, B. Everyone spamming Max Crosby. Guys, I don't think we should get our hopes up. I'm sorry. I did think about doing the Max Crosby spotted at Logan or at DF Airport, and then it's just the fake Larry Fitzgerald picture. I thought that one would be pretty funny. Hutchinson, what are you talking about? Lions just signed him. A-, D. Keep the votes coming. A, B, C, D, or F in the comments section of today's show. Let's go to the Super Chat, the menu, and then today's sponsor, and you can move over the other stuff after. It doesn't have to be the biggest priority there. Grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. The Super Chat menu, by the way, is this. There is no game this week for the Cowboys, so any $5 Super Chat will get you into our Week 11 raffle. So stay tuned for that. $10 gets you 3 raffle entries. $20 will spin the raffle wheel and see what it comes up with for you. $50 is a shot, and $100 is the beer bong. Just back to the regular, not a sponsor shotties on that front. $100 is a beer bong. We'll have some fun with you for today's live show. Live for well over 4 hours today for the NFL trade deadline coverage here on the Cowboys Report. A couple super chats we'll get to, but I do want to tell you guys about today's sponsor before we get too far behind on that front. Today's show is brought to you by Prize Picks, the hard-hitting football action. Actually, I'll give Aiden a second to get that pulled up there. Okay. Lagging on him. So, again, the Super Chat menu, $5, a Week 11 raffle entry. $10 is 3 raffle entries. $20 is the raffle wheel. $50 is the shot. And $100 is the beer bong. We'll get caught up on the supers here in just a little bit. If you need to just disconnect the second monitor, that's fine. And we'll just do like it's 20 entries for the $20 raffle. If the monitor is that's causing it to be slow. So that's been an issue before, I know. Okay, well that's not good. So, but okay. I mean, I still see it on my side. So, Super Chat menu, $5 is a raffle entry. $10 equals 3 raffle wheel spins. We'll give some shout outs here as this continues to go along, as it seems to be frozen on that end. I'll double check it on the YouTube side, but studio side looks good for me. So I guess it's just okay. So just it's showing up for me still. So we'll just do not close yet. Do not close. So classic. We're 5 minutes into the show and having technical difficulties already. Just very classic. Very classic. Not your fault at all. $5 is the Week 11 raffle entry. $10 equals 3. Have Chris come back here. It's probably just a good time to do that. So, sorry for the delays, but we'll give some shout-outs here with what's going on. We'll get to the Super Chats, I promise, as well. Yeah, that's always a good sign. Okay, it's back. It froze there for a second, though, for sure. So, yeah, so we'll see. We'll see if this continues to crash or not. So, apologies for the early technical problems here right off the bat, which is just classic. So, just classic. If it does crash, by the way, we will come right back. And you just got to be patient with us, unfortunately. So, apologies for the issues on the technical side. I feel like we should probably delete some graphics once it's up and running again that we don't need. But, yeah, not great that it's already causing issues. So, apologies for the issues on that front. I want you guys to grade the Logan Wilson trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Grade that Logan Wilson trade. A, B, C, D, or F. It's honestly a miracle that live stream is not responding and it's still streaming. It's still streaming. It doesn't actually makes no sense at all, frankly. Javi Nation says B plus. Anthony says A. Zachary says B. Jesse says B. Double O Sports says D for dumb. It's a 7th round pick. I don't think it's going to be that bad. Tyler says B. Joshua says B. Bria says A. Old Bean says A. Brandon Wise says B minus. A, B, B, A, B, A, B, A, B plus, A, C, B, B, A, B, A. Keep the votes coming. A, B, C, D, or F. I'll give some of the super chat shout-outs here as well. We will get them on screen and feature them here in a little bit, but I do want to give you guys some love as I'm assuming it's still just not responding. Can you call Sam? I just think someone to just see if he has any advice on it. Zingo, $2 super chat, says, good day, Tom. Would you prefer Chubb or Minkah? I think I'd rather have Minkah Fitzpatrick. I don't know what the trade cost is, and if you could tell me what the trade cost is, I'd probably be better on that front. I'd have a better answer for you. Both guys are expensive next year, but they are under contract, but they're older, and how expensive are they in the end? I don't want to trade my 2 for either player. If I could move a 4 or a 5, like I start to get a bit more intrigued on that front, but that does get a little bit dicey. Matt Temple, $10, says it was incredibly painful to watch in person. Everybody in the stadium knew we couldn't stop them on third down. They eventually did get some stops extremely late in the game. But, that is how it tends to go on that front. Brady Pomeroy, $5 super chat. Again, we'll hit all of these whenever this gets up and running again. Any chance to make a move for Jeffrey Simmons? I would not get my hopes up. I do think this falls into the everyone has their price category, but I think the price is probably exorbitant from what realistically is worthwhile. Like, I don't think it's a 2. I would trade my 2 for Jeffrey Simmons. I'd trade my 2 for Quinnen Williams in a heartbeat. I think that's really good value for just how good those guys are. But it just, I don't know if that's the actual cost. Like, I think that it's going to be more expensive on that front. I would be very surprised if it were just a 2. Because if it were a 2, I think that deal would have probably already happened, frankly. Let's see. You got Brady, YVL Sosa, hoping trade for Reek or Kayvon. Can't give up any ones. Yeah, but I think the alleged asking price for Kayvon Thibodeau from the Giants is a 1. So I wouldn't get my hopes up there. Maybe Seattle isn't going to trade Reek Wall. And there'd been some buzz, for weeks before this, so they're going to trade him. And then it kind of flipped recently to, maybe they're not going to trade him. Maybe they're not going to. So we'll see. Old Bean, a $10 super chat, says, I don't mind us being buyers today if we can improve our defense so our offense will have to score 30 all day to win. I agree. I very much understand. But can you be able to do it within reason? Like, it should be one of two things. Multi-year player under team control, ideally cheap. Like, that makes sense. Or like a day 3 pick, a 7th rounder. No one cares. Like, that's not a problem. Now, you're a little bit light now on day 3 picks because of other deals you've made, but I can always get those by trading down later. So what I don't want to do is some Jonathan Mingo-esque overpay or go buy a rental when, like, I'm not good enough to be buying a rental at all. Zingo says trade is an A+ because Murray will be off my TV. I get that. I don't want to watch Kenneth Murray anymore. I think going from Murray and Shamar James and everyone else to DeMarvion Overshown / Logan Wilson might be a real upgrade for you and maybe helps the entire defense play a little bit better. Trenton Huffman, could you see a Mazi for Tyree Wilson swap? I think you have to give up more to get Wilson. I don't know what that is. Maybe you could include Mazi as part of that, but I don't really think that that's a likely. I just think you need more. I'd be surprised if that's all it took. I'd be surprised. I don't think Tyree Wilson is out of the conversation as a trade target. That actually wouldn't surprise me. It is far more likely than Max Crosby or whoever. But I don't know if Mazi Smith is the most likely outcome there. William Cook, $5 super chat. Again, apologies for all of the technical issues that we are running into here. Says, Jerry will keep the second to draft an edge / tight end. Please don't draft a tight end again. They're obviously not going to. But I do think there is a scenario in which they do spend that second pick on an edge. Maybe spend a first-round pick on an edge. I do think you need one still. I saw some good stuff from Clowney and from Ezraku last night in particular, even Dante Fowler too, but Clowney and Fowler are out of a contract after this year. So I see it moving now. It's up there on my screen. Whatever frame you've got is up there on my screen. So, William, thank you very much. Jarrett, a $5 super chat. Again, no trades at least yet, which is good because that would have been the worst, knock on wood. Hoping to get a couple more high-impact defensive players. I don't know who those are that are, like, realistically available. I think, like, Minkah's available. Bradley Chubb's available. But what are the values that you give up? That's the key question. Brady Pomeroy, $10 super chat. Let me get this into the raffle. Says, if Dallas was smart, they would go out and get a real elite pass rusher, someone like Micah Parsons, who could be a real difference maker. I feel like you're mostly tongue-in-cheek, Brady, and I appreciate it. The issue is, how are you going to get those guys? Like, I just like, I don't really know how they're going to be able to make that happen. Like, the elite edge rushers aren't available. Like, because they don't normally get traded. Minkah is such an outlier in that category, dating back to Khalil Mack was last time that one happened. It's just complicated. Zachary Velasquez, $5 says at the trade deadline 11:59. No, trade deadline is at 4 p.m. is the deadline there, and then so we got under 4 hours to go until that one happens. Old Bean has a $10 super chat. Says any team you think will do a fire sale today? If there is. Certainly seems like Miami is the one to monitor. There's been some buzz on Jalen Waddle. I think that'd be very expensive for the Dolphins to move him. I think it'd be a 1 and change, which is a lot. But I think Minkah and Chubb are very much on the block for the Miami Dolphins. And $20 from Jotman, which I'll asterisk these to indicate we have to do a raffle for you as well. Jotman says, hopefully all the trades we make today are for future years. Sadly, it sounds like Eberflus might still be the coordinator next year. So getting players that will be here next year sounds like a decent idea, I guess. I'd be kind of frustrated if the Cowboys just let Matt Eberflus come back no matter what. He should be coaching for his job down the stretch. He has tried different stuff. He did more 5-man fronts. He brought more blitzes. They did more man, but it's not working still. I think coaching is the crux of the issue on that front. So, Jotman, appreciate that super chat. Cheers to you, my friend. $20. We'll do the raffle whenever these technical difficulties get cleared away. Hawkeye's a $10 super chat. Says, I love a raffle entry. Hopefully my duck knows how to swim today. Appreciate that. Raffle will be done for week 11, by the way. So this is all for later on in the week. We will do, if anyone wants in, we can do another Venmo 50-50 raffle today. We can do that. We're authorized to do it. So if you do want in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle, at What Going Downey on Venmo for that front. So at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. If you want in, need at least 3 people to run it. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. But at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I've reset everything on that front so we are caught up, and I won't have any confusion as to who's in or not. At What Going Downey if you want into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. DJ Mullins says, do you think Jerry makes a blockbuster trade today? Define blockbuster. I don't know. Like, does Bradley Chubb or Minkah Fitzpatrick fit the blockbuster trade category? If yes, maybe. If no, then no. I don't think like a Crosby, a Quinnen, a Simmons, as much as I'd love to get those guys, I don't think those guys are realistically available here. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But that is the I think the range of outcomes here. What's planned here, Chris? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that second one. So just get it set up real quick and just have like a weigh-in up there. Just have a weigh-in up there and change your shirt. So let's go ahead and do that then. So because we have defied logic in the sense that our graphics are still streaming live somehow, but we're going to have to be able to reset it on our end. So what we're going to do, just to make life easier, is Chris is going to go into a different studio, take over the stream for a couple of minutes, then we're going to reset our side, and then I'll be back in just a second. So do stay tuned for that. My goal is to keep the stream alive and not have it die and reset on us. So as soon as we get that set up, we'll do it. So stay tuned. I'll disappear for like a minute. We'll reset the software. What did Sam say that the issue was? Okay. Yeah. Manually move them over? Okay. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. All right, that is the super chat menu, by the way. So again, apologies for the technical difficulties. I guess better now than in the middle of a cut. No trades, knock on wood, have happened since we went live about 20 minutes ago. Definitely did miss the prize picks read, but we'll deal with that one later. Brady Pomeroy has another $5 super chat, by the way. He says, fire. I think he means Matt Eberflus. He says, Mateer, Everlose, which is pretty funny. Hire Bill Belichick as defensive coordinator. Does Bill want to come be a DC? That just feels like it's very toxic. I actually don't want to get involved in that. That feels like it could go extremely belly up extremely quickly. Like I don't feel like all he would be doing is undermining Brian Schottenheimer potentially. Like I would be concerned on that one. Says trade Jerry and Stevens to the Jets to give up our first in gratitude. Wait, does that mean I have to bring in Woody Johnson as my new owner? Because I also don't want him. I think if we know casually who the owner is, it's probably a bad thing. That probably means that is not a very good player or a very good owner. So appreciate all the super chats that have come in so far. The plan here, as I'm assuming it's still giving you just the white screen nonsense. So. Yeah, so we're going to have that set up here. Chris is going to take over for a second so we can reset our streaming software. And then I'll be back on and we'll jump into prize picks and go from there. So that is the super chat menu here on today's show. You might as well just get organized in the graphics on tier. But on your end, I'm saying. Like move over whatever you need to move over or don't move over. Or are you just going to do it later? Okay, that makes sense. Never mind then. Disregard. Super chat menu is as follows, by the way. $5 for the Week 11 raffle entry. $10 equals 3. $20 is the raffle wheel. $50 is the shot. And $100 is a beer bong here on the show. Soon as Chris is ready, hopefully we're ready soon. We just need like one graphic in the background. So, okay, sweet. I will disappear. Chris will take over. He'll give you guys some shout outs so we can literally reset the software because I actually don't understand how it's completely frozen and yet we're still streaming. Like I assumed it would have it essentially has crashed, but it's still going somehow, which is kind of crazy. So apologies for the very boring graphics that have been on screen for the past 20 minutes. We tried to organize this. Tan Fam has a $5, which says, are we tanking rest of season? It'd be super weird to be actively involved trying to add talent at the trade deadline and then tank. Now, you might not be good enough to win games. That might be the case. But like trying to tank and lose on purpose just seems highly unlikely at this time. Just doesn't seem like it's going to be the case at all. So they're going to try to win. But can they win is going to be a very, very different conversation. And one that I'm not overly hyped, thrilled, confident in at this time. So we are live here on the Cowboys Report for the 2025 NFL trade deadline. We are waiting more news. We'll have a quick little reset here in just a second. Producer Chris will be on here in just a second. Stand by. Okay, let's do it then. Okay. $5 super chat gets you into our Week 11 raffle. $10 gets you 3 raffles. $20 gets you a raffle wheel. $50 is a shot. $100 is a beer bomb. Chris will take over here in just a second. So stay tuned for that. I will step away as we'll reset our computer and streaming software. Then we'll be back here on the Cowboys Report. So stay tuned for that here. Any second we'll be good to go. So stay tuned. The goal is to keep the stream up and running here. So stay tuned on that front as we are live here on the Cowboys Report. Producer Chris will step on. Interim host Chris will step on for the live stream. I can't hear them, so you'll have to just point at me when it's time to end it. So is the door open? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Chris is going to take over here in just a second. 3, 2, 1. Hope.
All right, we are live. It is working, by the way, so we are good. Chris Daughtry with you guys, trying to fix some technical difficulties over there on the in the other studio for the Cowboys stream. So I'm glad that at least one step in the process here has worked for us. I'm on screen with you guys. I want to hear from you guys. Going to hang out with you just here for a couple minutes here while we get that other studio rebooted for you guys. Send you back over there to Tom Downey. I want to hear from you guys, though. Will the Cowboys make another trade today? Already making one trade for Logan Wilson. We're actually about to go live here in just a little bit on our Bengals stream to talk about that as well. So I could put a little bit of my 2 cents in there, talking about that Logan Wilson trade as well. But I want to hear from you guys down inside the comment section. Not exactly sure what you guys have been doing, so far, but we're gonna hang. We're gonna have a good time here while we're getting all this stuff squared away here. Some more super chats coming in as well. That we will talk about. Hawkeyes coming in saying, Chris, where have you been? I feel like you haven't been on the show for a few weeks. Am I blind? No, Hawkeyes, you are not blind. I'm actually the host of the Bengals channel here at Chat Sports now, so I've been doing the shows over there for the Bengals live stream. So let's see. D-Money saying, why? Yes, you will. Tyler saying yes. James saying, no, you won't. I still wonder, man, you already traded for Logan Wilson, already got that conversation started with the Bengals. I wonder if Jerry Jones is willing to splurge a little bit to go after Trey Hendrickson. That's something that we're going to be talking about a lot as well. The Bengals, reportedly anyways, Diana Rossini the other day saying that the Bengals want a first-round draft pick for Trey Hendrickson. I don't know, though. Deadlines do make deals sometimes. So we'll see if that ends up happening there. Maybe they could package something, to get Trey Hendrickson over there to the Cowboys. Hey, good job, Billy, right there. Diana Rossini the other day tweeting this out on November 3rd, saying league sources say the Bengals are still asking for a first-round pick in any deal for Trey Hendrickson at this time. Obviously, she tweeted that out yesterday saying there were about 28 hours left until the trade deadline. So we'll end up seeing here if the Cowboys make another trade. I know there's other position groups that you would love to be able to upgrade. Minkah Fitzpatrick is another guy that's been out there. We'll see maybe if, Trayvon Diggs is involved in a deal as well today. Let's see. Game saying, what the F are you waiting on, Jerry? Awesome, Billy. You're doing a great job here. Getting the super chat set up here in the other studio. Hawkeyes coming in with that $10 super chat. I'm sure once we get it set back up over there, Tom and Aiden will get the, super chat menu, the entries and everything like that for you guys as well. Let's see. Chaos Deuce is what I'm going to say that. 2026 first-round pick. Milton, Sam Williams for Myles Garrett. Who says no? Billy says no. Billy's a Browns fan here. Billy says no to that. But I do always love the, who says no type of, trades that we get down in the chat. You guys are absolutely hilarious sometimes when it comes to that. Let's see. Random guy saying, are you a Cowboys fan? I'm kind of in this weird spot. I grew up in South Alabama, so there's no NFL team in Alabama. So I've always kind of been just like a general NFL fan. I don't hate the Cowboys at all. They're always been a team that, love them or hate them. They're America's team for a reason because they're the most hated and they're the most loved at the same time. So no, I absolutely do not hate the Cowboys, especially, since I was the, producer for Tom for the past 2 years anyways. So I have grown to, at least appreciate, Dallas Cowboys fans anyways. I'll put it that way for you guys. Let's see what else we got here down inside the chat. TMZ saying Trayvon Diggs need to go. I know a lot of people see D-Money has a very interesting one there. Send Trayvon Diggs to the Bengals. I have thought about that. It's got to be the 100K one, by the way, there, Billy, when you're trying to do that. I have thought about Trayvon Diggs to the Bengals because they do need some help desperately at that cornerback spot. I wonder if they end up, packaging, Trayvon Diggs with, a Trey Hendrickson trade. I'm sure there's going to have to be, throw in a draft pick or something like that to get Trey Hendrickson as well. But that's a very, very interesting thing. Trayvon Diggs has had his ups and downs here, but I feel like right now both the Bengals and the Cowboys are kind of competing with each other to try to see who has the worst defense in the league right now. Both teams have different, types of issues that they're dealing with right now. But yeah, man, we'll see. We'll see. Jerry says he wants to do some more stuff, so we'll see if that actually happens there. So continue getting down inside the comment section. Will the Cowboys make another trade today? When it comes to that Logan Wilson trade, as the host of the Bengals Breakdown, I personally think that, the Bengals right now, they're going with the two rookies at linebacker, and they have just, Logan Wilson's snap share past couple of weeks has just gone down. And I still, though, I think he's a better linebacker currently right now as it sits than what the Bengals have. I will say, too, I think he's also a little bit better in coverage than a lot of people give him credit for. I mean, he's had a couple really, really clutch pass breakups so far this year. I just really don't understand why the Bengals, got him out of the lineup. And especially right now with the Cowboys, getting DeMarvion Overshown back, probably sooner rather than later. I think that 1-2 punch with Logan Wilson and DeMarvion Overshown is going to be pretty solid, and I think it'll be an upgrade. With how good the Cowboys offense has played so far this year, I keep going back to it. It's like the Bengals and the Cowboys are the exact same team, it seems like, at some points. Just a little bit more help, man. Just a little bit more help on that defense can really go a long way, and we'll see if anything happens here in the next 3.5 hours or so. Let's see. Matt Temple coming in with another $10 super chat. But first, this one right here from DJ Mullins, $2 super chat, saying, do you think Jerry makes a blockbuster trade today? I think there's two blockbuster trades that could possibly be made today when it comes to the Cowboys' perspective. I think it's Trey Hendrickson or Minkah Fitzpatrick. That's another trade that I would throw in that blockbuster category. And, the Cowboys are kind of always in the conversation when it comes to, making big moves and stuff like that. And at least, for the past few years, at least, it just really hasn't been that. Maybe you could throw, the Minkah trade in there, but, that's you traded away Minkah. So, it's not blockbuster in terms of, getting something back in return there. But I don't know, man. Sometimes Slinging Jerry's there. Sometimes he's not. It seems like it hasn't been for the past couple of years now. But, that's why we're here live on the Cowboys Report. We're going to be live with you for the remainder of the trade deadline, about 3.5 hours here. If you guys are just joining us, by the way, I'll catch you up why I'm on stream and not Tom. We had some technical difficulties over in the other studio, so we're getting that squared away. I'm stepping in right now just for the next couple of minutes to, try to get that figured out there. Matt Temple, though, coming in with another $10 super chat saying, Diggs and a second for Trey Hendrickson, who says no. I'd probably take it. Because right now, the Bengals, Trey Hendrickson, over the past couple of years, has requested multiple trades from the Bengals. They had the whole saga where they didn't want to give him a contract extension. They didn't want to give him, multiple years guaranteed, which, they gave him a $15 million raise. But he does also, he doesn't, have a no tag clause. So it's kind of a, backwoods type deal a little bit, to where if, the Bengals, if they don't end up trading Trey Hendrickson, then hypothetically, they could end up, tagging him, which would be, another year guaranteed, which is kind of, meeting both parties in the middle there. And I do think also that, nobody's been willing to give up a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson. That's what the Bengals have been wanting, and nobody's been willing to do it. So if you give the Bengals a second-round pick and a player that can start immediately, that would be what Trayvon Diggs is. I think that would be a win-win situation for both the Cowboys and the Bengals. Maybe you guys disagree with me on that, but I would definitely say yes to a Diggs plus a second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson, type of deal there. So Brady saying, missed my super chat. Brady, we will get back to it. It was probably came in when we were doing some switching around there. So Billy is going to find Brady's super chat here in just a second. But another point when it comes to that deal there, the Cowboys might be more willing, I think, to actually give Trey Hendrickson, an extension because, it's different from the Minkah extension. He was going to be the highest non-quarterback paid, and, the Bengals weren't going to do anything remotely close to that, and I don't think Trey Hendrickson wanted that anyway. So the Cowboys might be willing to even extend Trey Hendrickson, and you've seen a lot of trades so far this year. You think about that Kyle Duggar trade. His contract was an issue for a lot of teams. The Steelers and the Patriots, they ended up agreeing to a deal where, the Patriots took, the majority of the rest of his 2025, salary cap, and then they wiped out the last 2 years of his contract. So, there's a lot of deals, types of deals that can be made when it comes to the contracts and things like that. Obviously a player, sometimes has to be involved on that front. But, yeah, I from a Cowboys perspective or a Bengals perspective, I kind of agree. I think that's kind of a win-win there. Brady coming in. I think this is probably the super chat that Brady was talking about here. Coming in with a $2 super chat saying Mazi, Diggs, and a third for Brian Flores. Man, I know there's a lot of issues right now with Brian Schottenheimer here. I just not gonna move off Brian Schottenheimer, man. I think it's a funny super chat there, but I just don't see it there. I was when it comes to Mazi though, talk about Mazi for a second here. I do think Mazi Smith could be a guy that ends up going in a trade package. It's not going to be just a straight-up Mazi Smith for a seventh-round pick. I mean, if you could go into the negatives, Mazi Smith has been just an absolute bust for the Cowboys so far the last couple of years. I think most people probably agree with that. Maybe he's involved in a different type of package. Think about Trey Hendrickson again. Mazi Smith, the Bengals do need some DT help. He's a young guy. Maybe they want to go down that route of developing or something like that, but it might be something that they could throw in there and sweeten the pot a little bit there. You could see, Mazi Smith's stats over the past 3 years here for the Cowboys. First 2 years, he played in all 17 games, but, last year I thought he took, some steps in the right direction, but now, it's just kind of right back to where we're at here. So, it's Mazi's, an interesting cat, and we'll see if he ends up getting moved today. All right, let's see what we got here. Will the Cowboys make another trade? Billy, I do believe we should probably have a name a player you want to trade for weigh in there. We can switch it up there because we got some of the other stuff that we were set up here with. Random guy saying, when is the Bengals breakdown going live? We're supposed to go live at 1. We'll see what happens there. But for right now, we're holding it down here on the Cowboys Report. And we appreciate you guys for sticking around with us here while we're dealing with some of these, technical issues here. Let's see. Mazi Smith for Max Crosby. Who says no? Nobody says no. No, I'm just kidding on that one there. Let's go. Name a player that you want to trade for. Good job, Billy. Good job. What is going up, Bria? Or what's going on, Bria? Been doing good. Taking on some new duties here at Chat Sports. I'm now the host of Bengals Breakdown and our Alabama channel as well. So, if you're feeling my time, doing some good stuff here. Maddie D saying sign Asante Samuel. There was a report yesterday that Asante Samuel was meeting with multiple teams. I don't think that report actually specified which teams it actually was, but he is meeting with some teams now. You see Chase Young, Max Crosby. Max Crosby kind of posted a very cryptic tweet. I think it was yesterday. Good? Good? Okay. Okay, we might be good, folks. We might be good. By the way, Aiden, Marcus Arnold is the next super chat, but okay, yeah. All right. You'll take out the stream key is what you'll do. So don't have to hit the stop button. Just take out the stream key. It does the same thing essentially there. All right, so it looks like we're going to send you back over to Tom here in just a second. Aiden is going to give us a little bit of a countdown here, and we'll send you guys back over there. But make sure you guys keep getting those answers in. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just give us a countdown, Aiden.
Same issue we had last time around where it just didn't have the audio. So we're good now. We're good now. We're back. Technology. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Same thing as before. The same thing before the show where it just like decides, oh, the audio box doesn't work. Now it does. Whatever. Been a day. We're back. Happy to be here on the Cowboys Report. Nothing has happened, thankfully, in this 40 minutes of nonsense we've gone through. So grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F. Here's the plan. Now that I am back, and we pray to God the computer does not crash again, we'll run through today's sponsor, Prize Picks. We could tell Jack that we did not get the first 7 minutes because it just did not happen. But we'll do it here anyway. Then we'll go through all the super chats. We'll just go rapid fire on those. Then we'll check in on Logan Wilson and any other updates that have happened. Not really much going on. You can add the Bears to the trade candidate or trade grouping looking for edge help, by the way. So today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action is even better with Prize Picks. The weather might be changing, but the feeling of being right never gets old. Keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups once you play your first $5. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks. You pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup, touchdowns, passing yards, rush yards. You can do it all on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with one simple click. I stole this one from Harrison. I like this one a lot. Caleb Williams more than passing yard against the not great Giants secondary. And then Jackson Dart more than passing yards against a not great Bears secondary. I like the more than on both of those. That's the 2-pick power play right there. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. All right, so we're going to go right back to the very beginning of today's show. All the super chats that have come in so far today. I will go rapid fire on these. Pretty much all of them are already into the raffle as needed. Zingo says, good day, Tom. Would you prefer Chubb or Minkah? I think I'd prefer Minkah, but I'm not, convinced on that front there. Oh, my God. The Jets traded away Sauce Gardner. Oh, my goodness. Sauce Gardner to the Colts. Holy shit. The Colts have traded for Sauce Gardner, who they just paid this offseason. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Sauce Gardner is heading to the New York Jets. They signed him in July this year. Out of nowhere. I mean, the contract is actually tradable. They don't kind of a net negative or net neutral. Wow. I'm down with just the TBD graphics up there. Sauce Gardner is headed to the Indianapolis Colts. We do not know yet what the details are. Wow. That is unbelievable. One word. Do we have one word reaction? It's a good one to do it there. So Sauce Gardner is heading to the Colts in a stunning trade from the New York Jets. Wow. That is unbelievable. I did not see that one coming. I think it's probably best just to make a new one and move them over again. In the meantime, just go to the full screen one. That's fine. Still awaiting on the details of this one, but what a stunner. Sauce Gardner. Just push that. Just push that is what I'm asking for. That. Push it. Early reports of 2 first-round picks to the New York Jets. What's up, Aiden? What do you need help with there? Behind the scenes? What's up? I wanted this to be on screen. This is exactly what I had in mind. And then you can just build the one-word reaction and move them back over. So a blockbuster trade. The Jets are getting 2 first-round picks, and Sauce Gardner is headed to the Indianapolis Colts. I did not see that one coming at all. That is a wild trade. I thought that was an untouchable player, that him and Garrett Wilson were certainly not going to go anywhere. Indy comes out of nowhere with 2 firsts in exchange for Sauce Gardner, which I think is like a reasonable trade package, frankly. Wow. That is insane. I did not see that one coming at all. That is essentially the Patrick Surtain trade. Or the Jalen Ramsey trade all over again. Another one coming in. Rashid Shaheed is headed to the Seattle Seahawks. So Rashid Shaheed is off to Seattle. So Shaheed going to Seattle. Sauce Gardner is now a Colt. Back-to-back bangers here. Give me your one-word reaction to the Sauce Gardner trade, and then I'm sure that trade L3 will come in shortly. One-word reaction to the Sauce Gardner trade. With Rashid Shaheed heading to the Seattle Seahawks. Reunites with Clint Kubiak, the OC in Seattle. Wow. 2 just incredible trades. I mean, the Sauce Gardner one, the contract is tradable. I would absolutely call again about Quinnen Williams right now. I feel like it's going to be at least the first, but I'd call right now just to see what the cost is. Go see what it is. See what it is. My gut is they're going to ask for a first and more, but I mean, I would call. I would call. 2 firsts is quite a bit for Sauce Gardner, but those might be late first-round picks this year. Dang. One-word reaction to the trade. Sauce Gardner to the Jets. Still waiting on the details for the Rashid Shaheed trade. Man, the Jets don't actually have to eat that much money in this trade. Wow. That is something. I would go call about Quinnen Williams. Just to see what the cost is. Just to see. Maybe they're going to tell me it's a first and change, and I don't get involved in that one. But I'd call about that one. The other trade that just went down is Rashid Shaheed heading from the Saints to the Seattle Seahawks. So that one is noteworthy, not nearly as impactful or at least not as blockbustery as the Sauce Gardner trade. Damn, that one really came out of nowhere. Like, that one is that's a lot for Sauce, and extremely aggressive by Indianapolis. Wow. So Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts. Thank God we're back up and running for that. I'd have been very upset if we weren't. 2 first-round picks. Rashid Shaheed to the Seattle Seahawks, by the way. Still don't have details yet on what the Shaheed trade value return is going to be, other than that trade is going on right now. We'll hang out here. I think keep the Sauce one up there as the main one. Then you can keep the L3 the same as perfect. Let's go rapid fire on all the super chats we're behind. Matt Temple says it was incredibly painful to watch in person. Everyone in the stadium knew they couldn't stop him. Stop him on third down. Yeah, I agree, Matt. It was super duper frustrating. Brady, any chance we trade for Jeffrey Simmons? I'll call about it. My guess is they're going to be asking for a first and more. But I'm also calling about Quinnen right now since they traded away Sauce Gardner. I'll call. Everyone's got their price. I think the price for Quinnen's going to be super high, but I'd call. YVL Sosa, hoping for a trade for Reek Woolen or Kayvon Thibodeau. Can't give up any ones. I think the one is the asking price for Thibodeau right now. Old Bean, and this is an NBA trade with Sauce Gardner, man. This is insanity. Don't mind us being buyers if we can improve our defense. Long-term got to be good value, though. Multi-year impact. I probably wouldn't have done the Sauce Gardner trade. But I am calling the Jets right now. Let me get the tweet up. Probably pricey. I think they're going to be asking for a lot for Quinnen, but I'm calling right now. I'm calling. Zingo says the Logan Wilson trade's an A+ because Kenneth Murray is off my TV. I agree. Next up is Trenton. Can we see a Mazi for Tyree Wilson swap? Probably need to give up more, but try it. Maybe something else gets involved there. William, Jared the second to draft an edge or tight end. Hey, I'll ship the 2 right now for Quinnen Williams. I doubt the 2 gets it done, but I'd call. Jarrett, hoping to get up more high-impact defensive players. If you can find the right values, yeah, you go do it. You explore it. Jarrett says that one. Brady says we need Dallas Smart to go out and get in a really passer, someone like Micah Parsons, which I appreciate the tongue-in-cheekness there, Brady. Zachary says deadline's at 4 p.m., by the way. 4 p.m. I know the graphics crashed, so at some point we'll get it back up, but low priority. Don't have to worry about it now. It's not the biggest thing. Old Bean, team think we'll do a fire sale today. Well, I first said the Dolphins. Shit, is it the Jets now? 2 1s for Sauce is really expensive. But it's a good one to monitor there. For sure. Appreciate that, Old Bean. I think go call the Jets. Just see what the cost is. Maybe it is too much, but go call. Jotman, $20. We do owe a raffle wheel spin if we can do that later. If not, I'll just give them 20 entries. Hopefully to make it for future years. I do agree. Multiple years has to be your priority here. Hawkeyes, I love a raffle entry. Hopefully my duck knows how to swim today. The ducks are always drunk somehow. DJ Mullins, I think Jerry makes a blockbuster trade today. Not on the level of Sauce Gardner, but I am calling to see what the price tag of Quinnen Williams is. Maybe Jermaine Johnson as well. Brady Pomeroy, fire Matt Eberflus, bring in Bill Belichick. I think that's just going to be a disaster. I think it's going to be very, very messy. Tan Fam, are we tanking rest of season? No, but you might want to go explore, adding talent. By trading talent, you're probably not going to tank. Marcus Arnold says offensive tackles, running backs, tight ends let us down last night. They really did. This is bad, so no surprise there. Offense can't afford to make any mistake. That does tend to be the crux of the issue. That you have to be perfect on offense. I think it also there was a clear trickle-down effect. Brian Schottenheimer was right to not kick those field goals. They needed the points. The defense was bad. Until the Cardinals fell apart in the fourth quarter, the Cowboys' defense could not stop them. So they were right to be aggressive, but they have to have better red zone play calling. You can't have multiple fumbles and have your offensive tackles, all 3 of them, get smoked repeatedly. So Hawkeyes, $10, and this was coming in on when Chris took over. Where have we been? Chris handling our Bengals coverage. He'll be live in a little bit on that channel. Kazdoosh? I don't know. Skadoosh. But it's not there's no S. It should be Skadoosh.
I know for a fact that's what they're looking for there.
It should be Ska. S-K-A. Skadoosh. Okay. First, Milton, Sam Williams for Myles Garrett. You're about 2 firsts short. Like, Joe Wilton and Sam Williams don't have trade value. Brady, Mazi, Diggs, and a third for Brian Flores. Also funny, Vikings block your phone number. Matt Temple, Diggs, and a second for Hendrickson. Who says no? Maybe the Bengals. I don't know if Diggs is viewed as a positive asset, by the way. Allegedly, the Bengals have been asking for a first-round pick for Trey Henderson. I do wonder if the addition of just everything of Sauce Gardner getting involved here, for 2 firsts, I wonder if that emboldens the Bengals to ask a very high price of Trey Hendrickson. Like, I wonder if this is the value. Also, a player is going to be involved, it sounds like, for Sauce Gardner. Maybe just like a backup corner or something like that. But that is something. 2 ones for Sauce Gardner. It's just unbelievable trade value there. We'll see what the player is, but all of a sudden, it's the same as the Minkah trade package, and Micah's better. That's all you could get. Unbelievable. DJ Mullins, $1. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate that. Oh, I got extras for Matt Temple. Excuse me. Marcus, I feel like Turpin might get traded. I'd be surprised. I don't think they're going to ship him off, but the frustration, I think, is valid. Like, stop jumping to catch every pass. Not that hard. Breezen, Sauce to the Colts, Jets in sell mode. Yes, they are. I mean, the Jets really didn't really do much. Like, in terms of paying him, they kind of get off with no real dead money. Just kind of broke even for 2 years and shipped him off for 2 firsts. That's crazy. I mean, Sauce hasn't been as good this year with the Jets, but that's a lot by Indy. That is a lot. Brady says Mansour delaying to the Cowboys in the draft. I like him. I do wonder how the Cowboys will feel about a guy who's not the longest, not the most athletic necessarily. Jotman, a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jotman. Says Jets are selling. Grab the phones, make the trade for Williams. If it costs a 1, I don't care. I'm definitely calling now. And I bet they are another team, or I bet a lot of teams are calling the Jets right now. I do wonder if the price the Jets got from Sauce Gardner, because that is a lot, means that they are going to be more inclined to demand a massive return for Quinnen Williams. But this is when you call. Like, you call and figure out, okay, what's the value? What are you asking for? That's certainly worth monitoring. I mean, the Minkah trade for Sauce is insane. That is a lot. Player TBD apparently, and involved in this deal. The 2 trades that just went down, by the way, Sauce Gardner to Indy for 2 first-round picks, and Rashid Shaheed to the Seattle Seahawks in a deal with the New Orleans Saints. Cowboys 2010. Get those up there. There we go. Mazi and a 4th for Quinnen. I mean, you gotta, don't be greedy. Do the Cowboys a favor. Hey, it's a different GM that does not hate you as much anymore. The other GM is part of it. Oh, by the way, the player involved here, A.D. Mitchell, is also going to New York as part of this trade.
I like that.
Wow. So A.D. Mitchell, which is, wow. I'm going to put this. I'm going to do this. There we go. So A.D. Mitchell and 2 first-round picks heading to the Colts, or to the Jets, in exchange for Sauce Gardner. A.D. Mitchell has been a disappointment in Indianapolis. I mean, the Colts are going all in on a Daniel Jones team. What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
What a time.
Indeed.
Cowboys 2010 says Mazi and a 4th for Quinnen. You got 2 firsts for Sauce. Don't be greedy. Do the Cowboys a favor, please. I do think that a 1st is probably what the asking price is going to be. It's probably what the asking price is. That's the details. I think finalized details here. A.D. Mitchell, 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner. That's crazy. That is insanity on that front. Who won the trade? Colts or Jets? I was hoping you had that one, Bill. Good job. Just chaos here with 3 hours to go. If you want to build that thing, it's now probably a good time for it to build the countdown timer. 3 hours to go until the trade deadline. A.D. Mitchell and 2 firsts heading to the Jets for Sauce Gardner. The values for Jaelan Phillips of being a 3rd and all these trades for still don't have the details on Rashid Shaheed, by the way. Don't know what they got back. Maybe not a good sign.
Anything less than a 3rd round pick, I'm gonna lose my shit.
We'll see. You gotta get you'll get it fixed. I kind of think it's the Jets actually. Even though I like Sauce Gardner a lot, to get 2 firsts for a admittedly kind of streaky corner at times, like I think that's a lot. And A.D. Mitchell is, the throw in of like the flyer, but there's a chance that both picks are better, especially in 2027 if the Colts come crashing back down to earth. But this is NBA shit today. 2 firsts and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner. Unbelievable. Wow. Colts owe most of the money, by the way. Like, they're not getting a discount here. This year they are, but next year they owe them $25 million. And that is truly shocking. Who won the trade? Jets or Colts? I kind of think it was the Jets. I think that is a lot for a team that has been Jets 5. It's essentially 5 years, 5.5 years for Sauce Gardner. $131.5 million guaranteed. So that comes out to about a little over $24 million. The cap hits are 9.5 next year. The money owed is still like 25 next year with the cash. That's a big trade. So who won it? Jets or the Colts? Just insanity there. We'll see what else happens today on what is going to be potentially more blockbuster deals coming. I wonder like how much that one is going to send shockwaves through the entire NFL. And it's like, oh, now wait a minute. How does that kind of reminds me years ago? Remember when Mohamed Sanu and Chase Claypool went for 2nd-round picks at wide receivers? And they were like, wait a minute. The market's all messed up now. Yeah. This could be the exact same thing where it's like, that is a lot to give up. That is a lot to give up with 3 hours to go until the NFL trade deadline. We'll bring on producer Aiden for some thoughts here, then some more super chats to come. Sip some beer.
I agree with you 100%. I think the word that I would use when you were talking about it was like the catalyst. This might be the catalyst for a whole bunch more action today than I really ever anticipated. I was going to slam the under on however many trades there were. The line was moving. You had, I think, 7.5. I was going to take the under today. I didn't think it'd be very eventful. Blockbuster trade. And I think, as you said before, like this could, in my opinion, be a catalyst for a Trey Hendrickson trade, a Quinnen Williams trade, any other selling team. It's Cowboys channel. Call the Saints. They're giving players away, apparently. So,
still don't know the details on the Rashid Shaheed trade. Know the finalized details. Sauce Gardner, 2 1s for A.D. Mitchell. Jermaine Johnson is having a bit of a meltdown on social media. He was like, he had the popcorn gif out, and then 15 minutes later does the jaw drop emoji. I wonder if he thought the Jets were doing something good. Oh, no. Guess not. Who won the trade, Jets or Colts? We'll get to some more super chats here as well as we await additional moves coming from maybe the Dallas Cowboys. I do wonder if the Sauce Gardner trade just really, really messes up everything. Really wonder about that one. Jordan says, Mazi, Diggs, and a second for Minkah. Where do you get your news from? Mine comes in so late. Trade details now on the Shaheed trade, a 4th and a 5th. So multiple draft picks that are probably in line with a little bit more what they would have got as a comp pick. It's probably what that is there. Saints fans are in shambles. I know Trizzy is a mess right now. Trace is a mess on that one. 4th and a 5th round pick from Seattle to the Saints in exchange for Shaheed. Anyway, back to your super chat there, Jordan. Mazi, Diggs, and a second for Minkah. Again, I don't think Diggs and Mazi have trade value. Mazi maybe it's like 7th round pick value. Diggs legitimately might be viewed as a negative. But I do wonder if like there's a negative value there for Diggs and if a second is probably too much for Minkah Fitzpatrick. Like, I like Minkah. He's clearly better than anything you have at safety right now. But the issue that they run into is he's got this year left pretty cheap. And then he's under contract for like $15 million next year, which is a lot and kind of runs you the risk of like, is this a rental? And he went for a first the last time around. I don't think it would end up being the most impactful like cost. I think it'd probably be cheaper, but that's a lot. Even though you get rid of Mazi and Diggs and free up roster spots. Diggs does not free up roster spots for you. He's already on IR. I don't think there's much value for Diggs, but I wouldn't mind being proven wrong, and you can just move on from it. But appreciate that, Jordan. So Shaheed headed to the Seattle Seahawks in exchange for a 4th and a 5th round pick to the New Orleans Saints. Who won the trade? Saints or Seahawks? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Who won the trade? Saints or the Seahawks? We'll bring on producer Aiden. Aiden?
Mickey Loomis is a terrorist. I don't like him. He needs to be gone, and something needs to change. I don't know how you turn an undrafted free agent that has become one of the best players on your team into only a 4th and 5th round pick. See what you're going for with multiple picks next year's draft. Need all you can get. Literally anyone but Shaheed. Whoa, I have so
honestly,
many
okay, so this is in general. This goes for you and Trace. You traded away your number 2 wide receiver.
Yeah.
He's not your number 1.
Exactly.
Olave's better.
Yes, he is.
So just pay Olave.
I think we should have kept both.
Okay, that's fine then.
I mean, we draft a quarterback in the 2nd round, 40th overall, for God's sake. He's 26 years old, 25, whatever the hell it is. And we expect to put him in a position to succeed when you are trading away his best receivers. Makes no sense.
Good job not swearing.
Mickey Loomis, I have choice words for you.
There you go. Who won the trade? Saints or Seahawks? Some more super chats to get to here in just a second. We got almost 3 hours to go until the NFL trade deadline. We will see if the Cowboys end up doing anything else beyond the Logan Wilson trade. We'll get caught up on supers, go through all the trades that have happened recently. Marcus Arnold, am I wrong for wanting the boys to trade Schoonmaker and a 6 for a tight end 1? Ferguson's making me miss Schultz a lot. I don't know what tight end 1 you're getting that's better than Jake Ferguson for a 6th and Schoonmaker. Like, that's the issue. You also don't have a 6, by the way. Like, no one wants Schoonmaker. He's terrible. Ferguson's got to lock in. Like, he needs to not be making so many mistakes, not be fumbling, not missing assignments and doing bad. They've actually gone into today's game, or yesterday's game, they're averaging almost 2 yards more per carry with him on the field. Was kind of juiced a little bit by some big runs in, like, passing yardage situation. But I don't think a 6th and Schoonmaker gets you anything good at tight end. Anything at all. So, Devin Hanks, Sam Williams, Tolbert, and a 2nd for Hendrickson. A receiver is not something the Bengals need. So I'd like to point that out there. I don't know if Sam Williams has any trade value. Wanted to throw that one out there too. I think a 2 is reasonable for Hendrickson. I don't know if you should be giving up a 2 for him. He's a rental. He may or may not be back next year. I can't franchise tag him because I have to say that for George Pickens probably. So like that's a little bit dicey for me. But I think like that is a reasonable-ish trade. You know, another edge and Hendrickson isn't the worst in the world. El Compasta, would you be against rebuilding or what do we do? I think that looking ahead to next year, depending on what you do today, you're still going to have upwards of $150 million in salary cap space. You're going to have 2 1s, a second, additional day 3 picks as well. You can flip your defense in an instant in an offseason. I've seen teams do it. The Falcons did it this past year. Falcons were a bottom-tier defense in their fringe top 10 this year. That's all you need. You might need a new right tackle. We'll see how the probably upcoming Nathan Thomas versus Terrence Steele battle goes. Neither guy was good last night. Let's be honest. They both stunk, frankly, especially on that final drive. Nathan Thomas was brutal. He was real bad. In fact, he actually led the team in pressures allowed last night. And he played like half the snaps that Terrence Steele did. It was 18 for Nathan Thomas, 33 for Terrence Steele, 5 pressures allowed from Nathan Thomas. It was just, he was not good. It was bad. It was bad, frankly. But I think you just have to be like patient. Don't shoot your wad too early in the end. I think that's the key thing. Anthony P, we have a streaky corner teams can trade for. Yeah, you gave him a decent contract, so I don't know. See, now I'm just going to pull up the contract of like, what even is DeRon Bland's like? How much do you eat if you trade him? Signing bonus, I don't think was that big. Let's pull it up. It'd be very similar to the Gardner trade where like you save nothing. But, you know. Cowboys 2010, 3 raffle entries here. Thank you, Cowboys 2010. This is for our Week 11 something signed TBD trade. By the way. F it. Jerry Jones started a group chat with other GMs and asked him who wants Mazi. Diggs, a 4th, and a loaf of bread for their best defensive player. You know how like sometimes you get added to like fake group chats or like spam group chats and DMs? It's just going to be left the chat, left the chat, left the chat, left the chat, left the chat. All the GMs are going to leave the chat there. It's funny. I like that. It's funny. Zach Storr. Boys get offered a 1st for George Pickens. Do you take it? Consider it, right? Everyone has their price, and like if I got a 1st for George Pickens, it would make me think about it, frankly. I don't know if you're going to because that's a rental player who you're gonna have to tag at minimum. I don't know if you'd get that, but I mean you can consider it. Why not consider it at least a little bit? G. Trade for Crosby, give 1, a Diggs, and a 3. You have to give up significantly more. Significantly more. A corner that no one here wants, a 1st and a 3rd, does not move the needle when Sauce Gardner just got flipped for 2 1s. Like, they have to do more on that. They have to. Like, you have to give a lot for Max Crosby. That's even if he ends up being available, and I have my doubts. Matthias, who are the most likely to be traded Cowboys? Sure feels like it begins and ends maybe with Mazi Smith. I don't know. Mazi stands out. Maybe Jaelan Tolbert. They have to make a roster move to make room for Logan Wilson. So what that ends up looking like, we'll see. But I do think Mazi feels pretty firmly on the block. It's a question of does anybody even want him? Or are we going to do the Taco Charlton, they just cut him move? That would not be a surprise either. Mark, what about trading for Chase Young? I don't know how available he is. They did pay him this offseason. From a numbers perspective, essentially they're breaking even on what they paid him, and they don't save any money, don't lose any money, but kind of feels like that's not a great deal for the Saints, given how up against the gun they are every single year with the salary cap. So I'd be a bit surprised on that one. So Marcus Arnold, $5.17. Sure, there's something behind the 5.17 or just a weird mistake, but I like it. I wonder if you can trade Tolbert to the Saints since Shaheed is gone. Maybe a 6th in return. I honestly, Devon Vele is going to replace Rashid Shaheed because that organization stupidly gave up a pick for him. And they do have Jaelan Polk. Good point, Aiden. Or Jaelan Polk coming in next year. So I think that they have their guys they want to give playing time to. So I mean, you can call them, but I think the Saints have plans in mind there. Mo Surge, potential DC replacements. Flush intended is you know what? Schemes are vanilla, and he doesn't know his personnel. I would like to find some options there. I would like to go out and add some talent, add some impact, and just kind of make it better for you. I don't like Eberflus. I am concerned, and we probably will do a video on this, about Jerry's comments kind of makes me think that they really want to make him work, because this is what Jerry does. When he makes a mistake about something else, he is very inclined to do the exact opposite, even if the opposite is also a mistake. So that one certainly stands out to me of like, I don't know. They might keep him, because he's right that like they've had too much turnover, but you can't, for the sake of consistency, keep a bad guy in place. You know? Thank you, Mo Surge. Let me add it to our raffle here. Mo_Surge. Joshua Rodriguez, if Sauce was guard, why would Myles Garrett be off the table? Because the Browns don't want to trade away Myles Garrett. There's also even more negative monetary impact on the Myles Garrett side. Even though I'm still upset that Spotrac changed their numbers and it wasn't as massive of a dead cap hit as it was previously, it's still really high up there. Because they just paid him this offseason and did give him a decent amount of signing bonus. Let me get the exact numbers here for Myles Garrett. Browns don't want to trade him. The fact that the Jets flip Sauce Gardner is, maybe we shouldn't treat that as every team's going to operate the exact same way. I think Sauce is not worth 2 first-round picks, frankly. I think like the similar trade for the Browns would probably be like 3 first-round picks if we're doing the crazy overpay that's going on right now. Eventually, this will load on the Spotrac side. But I think that's just a little bit too expensive. Trade alert, by the way, coming in. The Bears are trading for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I think I pronounced that correctly. And a 7th-round pick heading to the Browns for with a 6th-round pick in exchange. So pick swap for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka on that front. So another little trade action going on there. But again, I think look, I'll be honest, if you had told me a day ago, I'm like, the Jets were not going to trade Sauce Gardner, don't be silly, don't be crazy. It did happen. Everyone has their price. But I don't think the Browns are inclined to go down that path. I don't think the Raiders are inclined to go down that path. Can call the Jets about Quinnen Williams now, though. That would not bother me at all. So Bears making a trade. Get that up on screen here in just a second. Sweets. Yeah, we got to get whatever the top is, though. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka to the Bears, a 6th-round pick heading in. Shoyinka, maybe? Joe Tryon-Shoyinka? Whatever it is. Former Bucks 1st-round pick. 7th-round pick also going to the Chicago Bears. So trade alert there for Chicago. I think that does matter for the Cowboys if you are in the market for edge help. The teams that had been pretty heavily involved were the Cowboys and the 49ers and the Bears and the Colts. And 2 of those teams have already made either the blockbuster trade for Sauce Gardner, or they went out and they made this trade here for Joe Tryon, which that stuff does matter. And maybe kind of takes them out of the running for, I think, the best realistically available edge left. Again, barring something wild and wonky, which is Bradley Chubb. What that trade cost looks like, I don't know. Jay Glazer said 5 teams are being aggressive. Seattle, Bears, Niners, Cowboys, and Eagles. Colts are obviously super aggressive, but we'll see how the rest of that ends up playing out. So I think if you're looking for the edge market, Chubb, and if the Bengals drop their asking price on Trey Hendrickson, we'll see. Grade that trade, by the way. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Apparently, Saints have been asking for a 3rd-round pick, and they settle for a 4 and a 5, which trade value is just kind of like an early to mid 4. So they didn't really get the 3rd-round pick trade value, given where the Seahawks almost assuredly will be drafting this year. Some more super chats coming in with 2.5 hours and change until the trade deadline. Star Guardian X, Tolbert, and 2 firsts for Crosby. I did talk to Mitch the other day, and he said the price was now 3 first-round picks, not 2. So I don't think Mitch is being flippant. I think it's just like the Raiders actually don't want to trade him. Again, you can throw on players that doesn't do anything. Like you can call the Raiders about giving up a 6th for Tolbert, but that's just a late day 3 pick in the end. So Cowboys 2010 back again. Then we'll go through this. We'll go to our super chat menu, the Venmos, and the giveaways today, or raffles for today. After rewatching these games, I'll trade away one of our first to get Kenneth Murray away from my team. Good news, that's what Logan Wilson's for, which is going to help my mental health to not have to watch Kenneth Murray be terrible each and every single week. So, Anthony P., 3 or 88 to Buffalo for Dawkins and Epinesa. I don't know why the Bills would trade away their tackle, though, that they need badly. And honestly, I don't think that's a great trade for Dallas. Epinesa's not a bad player, but I think if you're trading away Pickens or CeeDee Lamb, like, I feel like you're doing it to get picks back. You know, Edgy Epinesa got 2.5 sacks this year. Okay. Deion Dawkins is a very, very good tackle, but then the Bills don't have their very, very good tackle that they need to protect Josh Allen. So I think both sides would probably actually say no on that front. All right, Anthony G is next up here. Effort. Diggs 2 first and Tolbert for Crosby. I'm begging you guys to not move crappy players as part of the deal. I do think, honestly, I think Max is a better player than Sauce Gardner. If I'm the Raiders and you saw Sauce Gardner go for 2, you're like, no, I need more than that. Because that's just like, because now your Micah trade's out the window. Doesn't matter anymore. It's so expensive. I would not get my hopes up. I don't think it's available. The Cowboys called. They got told no. They got told no. So Jared Knoll, a first for Aubrey. Are you doing it? He's a kicker, yes. He's a kicker. You do it. I don't care. I get that he's an alien. I love him dearly. He missed the game, the record-setting long field goal. I will trade a first-round pick for a kicker. I think I would be insane not to. No one's doing that, by the way. No one's giving you a first-round pick for Brandon Aubrey. But if, like, the Rams or the Bucks, whatever, said, hey, we'll give you a first for Brandon Aubrey, you just say yes. Like, you just do it. Like, it's a first-round pick for a kicker. Like, I'll go find another one who's not going to be nearly as good, but it's a kicker. Like, I can, like, imagine you hit on a actually good right tackle. Deion Dawkins for Brandon Aubrey. Who says no? Left tackle, whatever. Like, come on. Jacob Marshall, a $5 super chat. Let me get you into the raffle here. There we go. We need 2 or 3 more players on defense. Hope Jerry goes all in. What is realistic? And yes, we are live until the trade deadline ends. I think like the names to monitor here are Tyree Wilson, Bradley Chubb, Minkah Fitzpatrick seem to be some of the ones with the most popular names. Go call the Jets about Quinnen Williams. I think it's going to be super expensive. Like, they're probably going to ask for like a 1 and a 2. And like, I don't know. Is that too much for you? Probably. I wouldn't be shocked if Tyree Wilson ends up being one of those guys. He's been a little bit better this year at least, but he's been kind of a disappointment. Bradley Chubb appears to be on the block, but the way the edge is going, the edge market looks, I am worried it's going to be expensive. What's the cost of Minkah Fitzpatrick? If it's reasonable, I am interested. Because those guys are under contract for multiple years, but like, what's the real value? Because I don't know if I want to move a 2 for any of those guys. I don't know if that's good trade value. So Marcus Arnold, a $10 super chat or $11.39. I don't know what he's balancing here, but it's interesting. I'm not sure what the cents are for. I'm sure there's something that he's going to come back and say, I did this for this and this, and it's going to be really funny. I'm not happy with the defense, but you can't fire Boost because you have a hard time making Quinn and Zimmer's players work in his defense. Give him another year. Amounts are just funny. Okay, so they're just funny. Sweet, I love it then. But isn't my job as a coordinator to get the guys get the scheme to fit my players and my personnel. That's what I do. I don't know. It's complicated, and I think there's a lot of blame to go around. Kivo, heard Randy Gregory floating around out there. Yeah, he's done in the NFL. He's never playing again. Ironically, because you missed on Randy Gregory, you dodged a bullet. Because they wanted to keep him, and they screwed that up. It was task failed successfully in the end. They got very, very lucky on that one. Brady Pomeroy says the Cowboys Chat Sports channel and a 7th for Max Crosby. You know what? I'll do it for the team. I'll make it happen, and I'll take an L, and I guess Mitch and I trade or something. I don't know. It's fun though. Star Guardian X, what trade would surprise you for Dallas? Any of like the big name guys, any of those would be nice. Like Quinnen, Simmons, etc. I don't think Max is available. I'd be a little surprised if Hendrickson got moved to the Cowboys unless the Bengals drop their price significantly or the Cowboys overpay. And I do wonder if the Sauce Gardner trade is like, okay, everyone's reevaluating what the proper value is right now. And this might have a bit of a chilling effect for now on that front. That would not surprise me at all. It's just, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. CJ Baxter burner, which I think might be the Jaden Blue burner, updated. Guys, most of y'all do not understand trade value. Appreciate that, CJ. It's fun to have fake trade ideas, you know. It's kind of like the Bleacher Report trade ideas. Like, they're all either just, like, wildly expensive or, like, that's not remotely close to the right value. That's a ridiculous steal. It's kind of like one of those. Chris P says, no Wilson, no more first-round busts. I'm over it. This is in reference to Tyree Wilson. They're addicted to it, though, man. That they can't resist. They love leaning on their draft evaluations. They can't resist. They always do it. It's stupid. They did it with Minkah, who they weren't even that high on. Like, we're just going to do it. Whatever. Brady says draft day movie type trades incoming. So we do know what the draft day movie trade would be, right? They get Minkah back. That's what it would be, isn't it? Isn't that what it is? No, because they traded the first round pick to take the guy that they got him back anyway. They just traded for Minkah. You send 2 1s for Minkah back and it works. Or they throw in Dante Fowler. Well, that's what that is. It's just being silly. Appreciate that. Brady's been cooking with some fun comments today. He's been cooking in the chat today. Get to Hunter 23. Sounds dirty. Intentional or not, does sound kind of dirty. $5. Are you fulfilling both points of the defense with Wilson in coverage and Overshown's pass rush because Eberflus likes his damn zone? I'm not opposed to playing Overshown as an edge rusher at times and letting him blitz some, but kind of wonder if Ezeraku and Jadeveon Clowney kind of just like handle that for the most part, and then you can rotate in Dante Fowler, and unless Overshown is a dog at edge, which I don't know if he's going to be, God, I kind of want to get Shamar James off the field. I don't think he's been very good. He's a 5th-round rookie. It happens. He's young. He's not there yet. But I don't know. Like, if I have to pick between playing Overshown at linebacker instead of Kenneth Murray or Shamar James, or playing Overshown at linebacker instead of Dante Fowler or Clowney, I kind of would rather see Clowney and Fowler out there. Reminder of the Super Chat menu today. $5 is a raffle entry into our Week 11 raffle. We will do that for Monday Night Football against the Raiders. $10 is 3 raffle entries. $20 is the raffle wheel. I do believe we owe at least 1 raffle wheel spin. It was for Jotman, I believe. It was for Jotman. $50 is the shot, and $100 is a beer bong. Did we drink all night? Yes. Did I get maybe 4 hours of sleep? Yes. Did my wife get even less because of the kids? Also, yes. Specifically Theo, who was up a lot last night. But that is the Super Chat menu on today's show. As a reminder, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle if we get enough entries. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. You can get in if you want to for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That is at What Going Downy. In most games, do the first, second half raffles. We'll just do a trade deadline special edition today. So just the one raffle at the end of today's live stream if we get enough on that front. So at What Going Downy for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That is at What Going Downy on that front. Need at least 3 of them to run the race. Otherwise, we're just not going to have enough entries, and it doesn't make sense to do it. So, and then I'll send it all back, which I've done before, unfortunately. So, at What Going Downy for the Venmo 50/50 raffle on that front. Sure, perfect. Well, yeah, do that. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. We've got 2.5 hours to go before the trade deadline is here. The names to monitor, we'll do our raffle in a second here. Names to monitor for the Cowboys, I think, are Bradley Chubb, the Dolphins edge rusher, Minkah Fitzpatrick, the Dolphins safety, and I think Tyree Wilson, the Raiders defensive lineman, is kind of a under the radar name to monitor. Yeah, that's fine. So, raffle wheel spin coming up here for Jotman. 10, 15, 20, or 25 on the entry side. So we're at least getting, almost double the value here. This one is going to be 20 entries for Jotman. There we go. Good value on that one. And then next time, get rid of the 10s. Not quite the best value. So no 10s next time. Do 30 on there next time. That's fine. Appreciate that. $20 to do the raffle wheel spin entries for our to be determined giveaway. I don't decide it till the week of, so I got time there. Super chats coming in from Roman Wolf Gaming. Says trade Tom Downey for Jerry Jones. Who says no? Give me 10 years. I guarantee I win a championship. And if I don't, I will sell the team and profit the money. Who says no? Yeah, pretty much. But he's like a sell team ever. That's a family enterprise. He's never selling it. Thank you, Roman Wolf Gaming. Let's get to who's next here. Marcus Arnold. 2 firsts and Elizabeth's most recent frig pick for Garrett. Is this like a feet pick joke? Is that what this is? I don't know. I feel like there's a joke there. I feel like it's foot related, but. I think it's more than 2 ones for Myles Garrett, by the way. Like, the Browns have no interest in doing it, so that you got to really blow them away. I think Sauce Gardner was worth a first, and the Jets got 2 back somehow. Day TV. If we trade for Simmons or Williams, do we lose O or C? See, now who is he referring to? O or C? O, sir, Kenny Clark? Yeah, you're probably going to dump Kenny Clark at that point because you can save like $20 million by cutting Kenny Clark after this year, which is why, again, we were talking about him like as a potential rental because he's very expensive next year. I think at that point you're moving on probably in the offseason from probably Kenny Clark more so than Osa Odigizua. Probably the most likely outcome there. Chris B. Sauce got the same package as Micah freaking Parsons. That was a lot, man. That was a lot. I am still shocked at the sheer trade value there, which I think we can ride that one up top a little bit more. Kind of shuffle through those trade alerts as well around the supers. Your nearby gamer, which that one took me a little bit to figure out what the pronunciation is, in the raffle. Weird how this year has been. Is that a delusional thought to say I have hope? Wilson, DeMarvin Overshown, Savone Rebel could be great. Need a trade, though, soon for a safety or a defensive end. If every single thing turns out the way it is supposed to, or like the best case scenario, you can definitely field a more competent defense and like maybe get close to league average. I question if you're actually going to get that. I don't know if you're going to get the best version of Marvin Overshown. You're going to get the best version of Logan Wilson, the best version of Savone Rebel, who hasn't played football in over a calendar year. That's probably asking for a little bit too much. But I appreciate that. And, it does give you a little bit of hope in the end. So, all right, next up on the Super Chat side, Kyron Hawk says, Jeffrey Simmons for a second and a fourth or a player. If that were the cost, yes, I'm doing it. I don't think that's the cost. I think the Titans are not trading away Jeffrey Simmons unless they get really blown away and end up getting a first and more. Like if I'm the Titans, like I see what Sauce Gardner just went for, I'm not going and giving up more than him. I'm not doing it. I'm not like Tennessee should ask for the moon for Jeffrey Simmons. He's under contract and he's a damn good football player. I think the price is high, not buy low, great value. Oh my God, we love that trade. High. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action is even better on Prize Picks. The weather might be changing, but the feeling of being right never gets old. Keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is simple to play. You pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. Get those picks right, you could cash in. They offer stacks. Pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in one click. Friend, celebrity partner, or someone whose picks you like, hit that follow button. Check out every lineup they create in the new feed tab. This is our power play for my boy Harrison. He's got Caleb Williams more than passing yards, Jackson Dart more than passing yards. I like that. I think both those guys are going to have some success against shaky defenses. Haven't already? Go download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. From All Is Well, trade the whole defense for the Ohio State Buckeyes at this point. I mean, I don't hate it. Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, Arvell Reese is my dude. Cade McDonald's been really good as a run stopper for them, by the way. I would not mind that one at all. That one, like you're getting a bunch of good players. You probably can't do it all in one season. Like you're probably still missing enough talent. But like, yeah, like I think it's super fun on that front. I would not be opposed to that one. Also, talking to Mitch, sounds like the Packers have called about Michael Mayer, the tight end. Other name to monitor is maybe Tony Pollard to a team like the Packers or Patriots. Patriots are in the running back market, so we'll keep an eye on what happens there. El Compasto, how upset would you have traded CD and kept Pickens? I'd be mad because you don't have to choose. Like, this team isn't good enough to justify trading away its best players. Like, that are here and are under contract and don't have to go anywhere. Like, you're not bad enough to justify a full-on fire sale. You're not good enough to be like, well, we got so many guys to pay, we might as well ship one off now. Like, no, I have the money. I have draft picks. I have the money. I don't need to trade away the stuff that works to go move on from a receiver. So I would not like that at all. I think that just like they work together super well. Like just let them be BFFs. And in a way, Pickens brings maybe brings a little bit more, alpha energy out of CeeDee Lamb, and Lamb just kind of dials back Pickens a little bit from being so crazy. You kind of they bring the best out of each other in the end. Nate Snyder, not sure how the wide receiver class is built, but would you trade Pickens for a 1 plus a player? Broncos, Patriots, Titans come to mind. Yeah, if you get the Titans first round pick, I'd do it because that might be the first overall pick in the draft. I don't think they're going to do that though. Denver is, I think, maybe looking for like a Waddle. Patriots, like if you're not going to pay him, sure. And the one does make me think about Pickens because he's not under contract yet, but I don't have to trade him. And I also doubt a team is throwing a 1 at you. Trades that have gone on today and over the course of the NFL trade deadline, Logan Wilson is the one that, of course, stands out the most. The Cowboys landing Wilson early this morning. This was the trade that Jerry Jones was teasing. This is the one he was talking about. Bengals gets a 7th round pick in that deal. One word reaction to this particular trade? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. One word reaction to the trade. Good, bad, indifferent, who cares is all one word spelled out there. We'll see. Nick, I will say, we're not doing 2 half raffles. We're just doing the one raffle today. So I'll send it back to you. We're just doing the one Venmo 50-50 raffle today. So I'll send you back 20. But Nick D is in to our Venmo 50-50 raffle. I know the graphic was outdated. That was my fault. Just the one raffle today. So I'll send you back 20. But you are in to our Venmo 50-50 raffle. So just one raffle for you there, Nick. Appreciate that. He is in at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle if you want in on that. I'm going to get that in the live chat too. Let me get my, I guess I didn't put that in the, there it is. I got it in the other watch party docs. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle for anyone else who wants to join Nick and have that race run. Need at least 2 more entries to run it. Other trades that have gone down today. Jacoby Myers heading to the Jacksonville Jags in exchange for a 4th and a 6th round pick. And I will say, as a Jacoby Myers fantasy owner, this sucks because I am also a Brian Thomas Jr. fantasy owner. And pretty much everything has gone wrong on that front for me. So I don't know what to do with those guys. I'm just like, great. Now I have both guys stuck on a team that has issues getting the ball to their best players through the air. So no idea what I'm going to do on that front there. I did pick up Isaiah Davis. I hope Breece Hall gets traded today. That would make me feel better. So grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. And then we'll just, go through the trades. I don't have to go through a reaction each time. A, B, C, D, or F on that one with 2 hours and 16 minutes to go until the NFL trade deadline comes to an end. We'll see if the Cowboys end up doing anything else on that front. More trades to come. We'll just go through them all here in just a second. Grade that trade. A, B, C, D, or F. The big trade of the day is the Sauce Gardner surprise blockbuster. A 2026 first and a 2027 first round pick, plus A.D. Mitchell in exchange for Sauce Gardner, which I think is a lot to pay for Sauce Gardner. I think there is that is A1. I think is more in line of the proper Sauce Gardner trade. That was bad. A lot. That was a lot. Sorry, I was thinking about something else that was bad. That is an extreme amount of value to give up for Sauce Gardner. Colts are going for it in a way you never see the Cowboys go for it, with Daniel Jones at quarterback. Crazy. Not long after that Sauce Gardner trade went down, Rashid Shaheed sent to the Seattle Seahawks in exchange for a 2026 4th and a 2026 5th. So slightly more than what Jacoby Myers went for, which is kind of, I think, noteworthy from like a stats perspective. Jacoby Myers this year has been a bit bottled up, but did go for 1,000 yards last season. Rashid Shaheed, best season in his career was, 2 years ago, went for 719 in terms of the yards. Is at 499 this year, so on pace to get near that 1,000-yard mark. So both guys are going to be free agents. Both guys getting similar-ish trade value back, a little bit more for Shaheed in that deal with the Seahawks. The Bears have added an edge rusher, Joe Tryon, Shokina, I think is how it's pronounced. Shokine, however you pronounce it. Joe Tryon, and a 7th-round pick to the Chicago Bears, and a 6th-round pick heading to the Cleveland Browns. So Browns shipping off one of their, just depth edges that hadn't done all that much for them in a pick swap, essentially. Simon Castillo, by the way, into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Nick and Simon are in at What Going Downey for that one. We'll see if we get another one to run the race in probably 3 hours, frankly, with just where we're at there. Nate Snyder, we actually got that one already. Show that $5 super chat. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate that. You are in. Matt Temple. Oh, boy. Says Cowboys legend Dave Campo for defensive coordinator. Can I just jump now? Like, can I do that now? I would hate that. That's not fun at all. Man, Dave Campo had such a career, and Chan Gailey, all those like Jerry just churning through coaches, and are the reason why he's so patient now, and like somehow feels like he sold too quickly on Wade Phillips when he was right to fire him. Jerry loves doing this of like, man, I made that mistake 17 years ago. Let me make the exact opposite mistake this time around. He is addicted to doing those things. He can't resist doing it. Just cannot resist doing it. Not John Jacobs. We can't let any defensive core or any DC go with being last in every single statistic, no matter what year they are in. What DC needs to do for this year? You're not last in that anymore. The Bengals have taken care of you, so that's noteworthy. Reek Wolin just put out a very interesting trade gif of him smiling, looking at his phone. Is that reaction to Rashid Shaheed, or is he on his way out? I don't know. I think the point though was right here from Not John Jacobs. Like, if your defense is really, really bad, like, it doesn't matter that you're in year one. Like, at some point you have to have some accountability. Otherwise, well, what's the point? I would like, if it stays bad all year, go do something else. And my lone request here. Go do a real coaching search. Don't sit up there and interview two people and say, we got the guy. Because that's what you've done multiple times in a row now. It worked out in the Dan Quinn scenario for most of that tenure until the end. It frankly did go pretty bad. It fell apart for you with Mike Zimmer. He got good late, but you didn't interview anybody really. And you didn't interview anybody with Matt Eberflus. So you just picked somebody. Like, let your head coach be involved. Go do a real coaching search. Good trap. Cowboys save the season if they get Minkah and Chubb. I don't think so. I think that it requires other players to also suddenly be really good. Like, your other safety has to play well. Have any of your safeties played well this year? I don't think so. Has any linebacker played well this year? No, so you're banking on two new guys. Have any of your corners played well this year? Reddy Stewart when he's in run support. Can your DTs be more consistent? Can your edges show up? Like, you need so much to flip in the opposite direction. It's tough to have that happen in the middle of a season. It's actually extremely challenging to make that happen. Now, if you want the Cowboys to try, then like the video. More likes, please, by the way. Every 500 likes, we will do a shot. We are over halfway there, so like the video, please and thank you. If you haven't already done so, like that video right now. Every 500 likes is a shot. Of note, the most recent trade is the Joe Tryon one to the Bears. The big one is that one. Marcus has now clarified what the fridge is. Refrigerator. Okay, so we're kind of throwing in the kitchen sink. I like it. Okay, I get it now, Marcus. I get it. Thank you for that. More super chats coming in here. Let's see. Our most recent one is Daniel Jetwolf. All media. Justin Simmons off the couch with no draft capital. A 4th to 7th for Tyree Wilson. A 1st and anything less than a 1st for Quinnen and Jeffrey Simmons. I do worry about Justin Simmons, like, just not being good enough. Because why hasn't he signed it? It's November. That's really weird. It's really weird. Tyree Wilson, I don't know if he's good. He might not be good. I'm actually kind of concerned about that one. I do think a 1st and change is probably the asking price for Quinnen or Jeffrey Simmons. Still a lot, and I don't know if those teams would say yes. What's up, Aiden?
Yeah, another option, no draft capital, take him off the couch, as all media said. I like that. Asante Samuel Jr. was recently cleared to play, was he not?
Yeah, but he's got short arms, and the Cowboys hate short arms.
Don't like the frame, huh?
They demand long arm guys.
Okay,
Asante's got. That's why they were never going to take him in the draft. They demand you have long arms. Kind of hate that, but they don't add short arm corners. Like they always target long arm guys. Just how it goes. But thank you all, media. I don't mind that one. At least that's better than a concept of a plan, right? Better than a concept of one. The Great Duke Bothers. My Prize Picks freebie lineup. Bye week over 40 points. More than 40 points. Yeah, there's somehow, like, I think I'll do the video. Cowboys lost the bye week somehow. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling on Monday. We'll see how I'm feeling. That one might be in the cards. So, Eddie Joe, start easy and Clowney. I agree, which they did do last night. Let me pull up the snap counts here. The edge rusher snap counts last night of, I think, the 67 they played total. Ezraku played 51. Clowney played 38. Ezraku's been good, by the way. Like, the sack numbers are starting to show it, but he had 5 pressures on 26 reps. He was good last night. Clowney played 38. Sam Williams played 24. Nealon played 17. Houston played 17 because they just don't trust Houston very much in run support. I would like to still cut down on Sam Williams' snap counts. Hey, he blocked the punt. It's an awesome job. The man's got a sub 10% pressure rate. Since week 1, he's been a non-factor on defense. So, thank you, Eddie Joe. Appreciate that. JetWolf90 is in. Hold on. Boom. How does the comp pick system work? Do the Cowboys have anyone that could receive any of these comp picks in the offseason? So, the way the comp pick system works, and it is rather complicated, there's a very extensive formula that the NFL uses that isn't quite fully known, but, Over the Cap and Spotrac are pretty good about figuring it out in the end. Players that you lose in free agency that sign with other teams are eligible for comp picks. The amount of that comp pick determined by how much they make per year, their snap count, and any additional like actual Pro Bowl, All-Pro stuff. So, if you, let's say, for example, Minnesota Sam Darnold, the contract alone probably is going to be a 3. If he had been a 4th-round pick, he might have played so well, it got them to a 3rd-rounder. Like, that's probably what it would have been. Now, you get comp picks for losing players, and you get them canceled out by signing players. And the Cowboys, for this upcoming draft cycle, are right on the edge. Because they lost, for now, qualifying free agents in Jordan Lewis, DeMarcus Lawrence, Brandon Cooks, Chauncey Golston, Chuma Adoga, which right now, Over the Cap has that counted as a 5th, a 5th, a 6th, a 6th, and a 7th. Or 2 5s, 2 6s, and a 7. But they signed qualifying free agents in Solomon Thomas, Dante Fowler, Javonte Williams, and Robert Jones. Now, Over the Cap also goes pretty in depth of okay, how close are they to balancing it out? And how close is Robert Jones to not counting because he got hurt and missed the entire season? I think the reality for Robert Jones is he is still going to barely qualify for that comp pick. Now, where things get really interesting for Dallas is right now, these players are not qualifying for a comp pick. Rico Dowdle, Cooper Rush, and Trey Lance. Cooper Rush and Rico Dowdle are not that far away. Cooper Rush is going to have some snaps that's going to put him as the last qualifying pick potentially. Rico Dowdle maybe is going to have enough snaps to get him up there. It's going to be close. Or does he get any postseason honors? That is based on AP All-Pro or Pro Football Reference writers' on-field award lists. Probably not going to get enough there. So there is the possibility, instead of 2 5s, if Dowdle or Rush had qualified, since Javonte is going to qualify for you, I think the Cowboys misjudged how much Dowdle was going to get on the open market. See if there's any incentives on the Rico contract, but it'll help boost that figure. It might only be 1/5, but it is going to be right on the edge of the incentives, or right on the edge of counting. So Rico Dowdle, by the way, let me pull up his incentives. Because I'm we're cheering for Rico Dowdle to have a really good season the rest of the way to get his contract price up so that he ends up qualifying for a comp pick. Like that is going to be how the Cowboys make that one happen. Because it is super duper close on that front. His incentives are he might get enough to get you over the edge. Jay Glazer says big trade for the Jets may not be done either. There was another report out of New York that they were getting offers for Jermaine Johnson that included a second-round pick. Jordan Schultz also says, wait, there's more. Okay. Let's see what the Jets do. Breece Hall is also tweeting out gifts. Okay. We'll see what the Jets do here in a little bit. So that's very complicated. So I guess I didn't even answer it this year. Anyone you lose would be eligible for a comp pick. The names standing are like George Pickens. Maybe Sam Williams if you get lucky. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys spent more. And don't worry about the comp pick side. That's what they should do. Daniel Logan, I don't understand why we don't go deep with Flournoy while so much of the attention is on CD and Pickens. Honestly, the offensive call sheet is designed to get plays to Pickens and Lamb first. They're not calling up a bunch of plays for Ryan Flournoy. And I actually understand that to an extent. I wouldn't mind the occasional deep shot, but if it doesn't work, we'll be like, well, why'd you call the deep shot for Flournoy? Why didn't you call it for George Pickens? It'll be one of those things in the end. So appreciate that, Daniel. We're waiting to see what else we get on the trade side. Seems like the Jets are not done wheeling deal. Hope you called about them. Brady Ballers, with what the Jets just did, you think 2 firsts and Flournoy could get you Crosby? See, I think that the Jets getting so much for Sauce Gardner increases the price for Crosby. I think Max is a better player than Sauce Gardner is. I think Sauce is like a 1 might have been fair. They got 2. So I think multiple is the more likely outcome here. We'll see what the Jets do. I think this is certainly something to monitor here. But I would be surprised if Crosby got dealt for if I'm calling about it's the Jets I'm calling about for more big names. That's what I'm doing. What's up, Aiden?
Well, another actually long-armed corner that could potentially be on the market. I saw Alontae Taylor was almost a Colt, according to John Sigler. So they were on the phone with them talking about a potential deal before that then fell through, and they made the trade for Sauce Gardner. So Alontae could also be a guy that's still on the move potentially.
I wonder how interested the Cowboys are in a corner because they're going to get Savone Revel back. They actually played Kalen Carson finally last night a little bit. He wasn't that bad. I felt like played a handful of snaps, and they kind of got Triquez Bridges off the field. He got smoked early a couple times. We're done. We're not doing this anymore. So we'll see. I think edges. And the Jets got me interested. What's the cost for Quinnen? I didn't think Sauce Gardner was going to be available under any circumstance. I think the price point is going to be the main issue there. How much does it cost? I feel like it's going to be at least a 1, if not more, for him. Given what they got for Sauce, they're going to be asking a lot. John, what about trading Dak for 3 firsts and Justin Fields? I don't really know. First off, I don't think Dak would sign off on that with a no-trade clause. I don't think he wants to go play for the Jets. It's a bad team. I don't think he wants to do that. He'd probably reject that. I honestly don't think the Jets are a quarterback away. Especially now. 3 firsts is a lot for a player. Justin Fields does not move the needle at all for me. He stinks. I think that they'd be looking something else. Hunter M. All signs point to a 2027 full rebuild. See you, Dak. Does it point to that, though? Because, you just traded for a guy who's under contract in 2027. I actually don't think it points to a full rebuild. Now, check it again next year with me. How about that? Check it again later. But I would be surprised if Jerry ever rebuilt. He doesn't want to. He'll try to nickel and dime his way into having a 7-win team somehow. Dream Crusher says Chris Richard for DC. No. I don't want him. He's not even good. Honestly, Chris Richard yelled a lot, and people said, oh, he's a good DC. The man, frankly, the man burned some bridges in every spot he's been. There is a reason why Seattle and then Dallas and then New Orleans and then Jacksonville all kind of quickly were like, we're done. We're moving on. See ya. I would be surprised if that one actually happened. Like, he doesn't have a job right now. Like, he can go be a corners coach, DB's coach somewhere. But also, like, in general, I don't want to just hire someone that I know. Because that's, and I get, like, you can put those names on the list. But, like, you know, Al Harris is good to have on your list. Don't just hire him because you know him. When the last time we saw his defense, they were also bad in coverage. And the Bears aren't having a good time in coverage either right now, by the way. Roman, 2nd and a 4th for Minkah and Chubb. I think that's rich. My dream is I'll trade the 4 for both those guys. I don't think the Dolphins would take that though. So I don't know what the value is for either of those guys, and given the volume of edges that are available or lack thereof, and the teams that need edge help, I would wonder what exactly that value ends up being. 2 hours to go. We'll see if the Cowboys do anything else. From Dax, tank for Bane. Also, get rid of Schoonmaker. I'm down. It's Payne for Bane, by the way. Payne for Bane, who's awesome. Or Caleb Downs or Arvell Reese. There's a lot going down there with some of those top edges, top defensive players. I am down to dump Schoonmaker. He had one nice catch, had a really bad drop. I'm kind of like, he is here to be a run blocker. And like, I don't think he's a better run blocker than Jake Ferguson is right now. And I don't think Jake Ferguson is a good run blocker. So like, why is he out here? Like, I would rather play Brevin Spann forward over Luke Schoonmaker at this point. Like, it doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't. Cesar Garcia, $5 super chat. Make sure I spell that correctly. Or Cesar Garcia, however you pronounce it. The real move is to hire someone who drafts good defensive players. Hire Brian Flores, someone who players want to play for. Yeah, but like, I can't get Brian Flores. He's not going to be my head coach, and he's not going to leave Minnesota to come be my defensive coordinator. So I'm kind of like out of luck there. Out of luck. But that type of guy should be who you hire. Honestly, I think the Cowboys' mindset of, hey, this guy just got fired as a head coach, but he was a good DC previously, this might work, is a good idea. They did it with Dan Quinn. The Eberflus one has not worked at all, though, and I think he's way too stubborn to adjust his personnel and stuff, which has been better lately, at least. Your nearby gamer, 3rd, Wilson, Tolbert, and Dante Fowler Jr. for Chubb and Minkah. Oh, I don't have a 3rd. I don't think anybody wants Donovan Wilson. I don't think anybody wants Jaelan Tolbert for more than a 7th. Like, I think the Dolphins don't want 3 players. They want picks because they're bad and they've already fired their GM, and it feels like when, not if, their head coach gets fired. Like, at this rate, they might just not even, bring back McDaniel from Spain. It wouldn't be a huge shock to me. What's up, Aiden?
Yeah, that was my next question, which is, I love hearing these trade ideas and the super chats and the comments from you guys, but I was curious to hear your take on, like, how frequent we actually see, multi-players moved in a deal, especially, like, on the deadline. Well, the Sauce deal opens up the door for everything else, but, like, in a deadline that I didn't really imagine anything like this happening, like, how likely is it that we see multiple players dealt in one deal?
Great question. I don't know. I think the Sauce trade, like, I think there's a reason it's been so quiet since then. Teams are like, okay, now we have to readjust. I think that, like, kind of like the Chase Claypool 2nd-round pick a year ago. Like, I think if you're the Jets, if you're the Titans, you're like, man, Sauce Gardner went for that.
Yeah,
we're gonna ask for more. And I think picks, like, these teams want picks. They don't want players. Mm-hmm. If Miami could get a better pick, the Cowboys are close to a trade with Quinnen Williams.
What?
They're gonna get Quinnen Williams.
Oh shit!
The Cowboys, breaking all 3, are close to a trade with Quinnen Williams per Jay Glazer. 1st-round pick and more, so it's a lot. A 1st-round pick and more for Quinnen Williams. Let's see what the more is. But Quinnen Williams is about to be a Jet, or about to be a Cowboy. So Quinnen Williams, edit the breaking L3. That's the regular L3. Blockbuster trade. The Cowboys are making a move for Quinnen Williams. Let's see. I want to see which first-round pick it is. I want to see which first-round pick and what else is coming to the Dallas Cowboys. Quinnen Williams heading to the Dallas Cowboys. So we are waiting on the details. I'm going to change our headline right now. Jerry is getting wild with it. Quinnen Williams to Dallas. A rare, wild NFL trade deadline here. Can you move the big cams for Quinnen that exist into the photo section? Waiting on the details. Oh, it's going to be the Cowboys' first-round pick, though. I don't love that one as much. That's a lot. So the Cowboys' first-round pick and more for Quinnen Williams. God, that's their own first-round pick. You better be able to win games, man. Ugh. I want to see what else the more is. We don't have the full details yet. But Quinnen Williams heading to the Cowboys. Can we get just like a sub version up here? Just so it's something that's like a little bit more specific, and then we'll get to the trade template one in there. So Quinnen Williams heading to the Cowboys. It is supposed to be, there's the trade alert. Jets giving up Quinnen Williams. Don't know what else is going to be involved. That's perfect. Perfect. One word reaction. I want to see the full details here. But Quinnen Williams heading to the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas giving up their own first-round pick as part of this. I just moved up the player listicles, by the way, in the sheet. And you can update the player card and move the photos. Waiting on the details. Give me your one-word reaction. Quinnen Williams, with Dallas giving up their own first-round pick and more. We don't know what the and more is. Waiting on that front, but the Jets are just in full-on fire sale mode right now. Quinnen's an awesome football player. That's 5 first-round picks the Jets have over the next 2 years, by the way. So Quinnen Williams heading to the Jets. First-round pick and more. You can push that across. Coming to New York. The Cowboys are getting Quinnen Williams. All we know right now is that it is a first-round pick, which is set to be the Cowboys' own first-round pick, which does run the possibility of being a top 10 pick this year. The Jets are in full-on fire sale mode. I guess they did. They did indeed call the Jets about that. Still waiting on further details. Still waiting on further details here. One word reaction to Quinnen Williams. Still waiting on beyond a first-round pick what the and more is. Told you it wasn't going to be a 2. It was going to be at least a first. Let me get this. Get your one-word reactions in. These are, of course, all over the map. And then I'm going to change our pin poll to grade the trade. And I'll have you get that one in there as well. me communicate. Go. Grade the trade for Quinnen Williams. Cowboys are wilding today. Logan Wilson this morning, Quinnen Williams today. Probably means they're just going to cut Kenny Clark next year, by the way. I'm going to do D/F as a grade, which I feel like no one's going to vote C on this. But we'll see what that ends up clocking in at. Cowboys sending a first-round pick to the Jets in exchange for Quinnen Williams. Let's see what else it ends up coming in as. Once we get those details, come to me full screen, Aiden, and we'll film it. Just a little short cut on that front. So grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F. There is more comp coming as well. We don't yet know what that is. So grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F. Let's see what those details are. But Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys for a first-round pick and more. In the meantime, you can just move over the extra graphics we need. I'm going to... those should be... I moved the playlist goes up to the top. Just make sure bio's updated too. Sweet. That should be pretty much everything there. I'm going to update the depth chart here in a second. Still awaiting on the details here. He's due a lot of money the next couple of years. I do wonder... I think one of Osa or Clark are gone after this year. That's what that tells me. It'd be so cool if the more was Mazi Smith, right? Wouldn't that be cool? Grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. The Cowboys aggressive today, going out and adding Quinnen Williams in a blockbuster deal with the New York Jets. So let me change that to a 3 defensive tackle depth chart. Grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. A, B, C, D, or F. A first-round pick, and we believe more. Oh, wait a minute. It is a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year. Hey, I'm back in again. A first-round pick next year and a second-round pick this year. As of now, per Jay Glazer, a second-rounder and a first next year. So that is what Jay Glazer has as the details. A 2027 first and a 2026 second-round pick. That's actually reasonable. Do you want to build that Jay Glazer social for me real quick? Yeah, build that Jay Glazer social for me. It's actually not that. That's actually very reasonable. I don't mind that one at all. Grade the trade. A, B, C, D. Correct. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the trade for me in the comment section of today's show. The Cowboys pulling off a blockbuster, and Quinnen Williams is headed to the Dallas Cowboys. A wild day for Dallas. Some super chats coming in. We will get to those as well once Aiden finishes up building. Still finalizing the details here. A future first and a second for Quinnen Williams. That actually does not bother me nearly as much. You still keep your 2 first-round picks. Honestly, that's 2 2s. That one is a lot better. That is a lot better. If it is, and we'll wait till it's official, a future one, which should be their own, you can push it across me real quick, Aiden. Hit the space bar. And, no, you're good. You had no idea. You're good. That's what I'm telling you. A second this year and a first next year, and you're getting crazy aggressive, but I don't hate that, actually. I don't hate this deal at all. A 2 this year, I get to keep my potential early first-round pick if things stay bad. That seems to be the finalized trade package. a second and a first. A first coming next year in 2027 as the Jets just give it all up and punt on the season. And clearly going to get that number 1 overall pick this year. At least that's what they're trying to do on that front. So Quinnen Williams heading to the Dallas Cowboys for a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year. And let me message the short guy. Boom, I'm going to fire off the tweet. Thank you, Sanchez, for doing the graphics. 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick. I'll post on Twitter. Can you post that graphic on Facebook for me, Aiden? Sweet, thank you. Quinnen Williams is a Cowboy. What a day to be alive. They are going to try to trade Mazi Smith now. You watch. So these are what appears to be the finalized trade details. A second-round pick this year and a first-round pick. Jordan Schultz also says we're not done with chaos trades today. Don't know if that's going to end up being the finalized details here, but the price for Quinnen Williams is a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year per Diana Rossini, per Ed Werder as well, and per Jay Glazer. So a second-round pick this year and a future first-round pick, and maybe you just trade down in round 1 this year and reacquire some of the value you gave up there. So Quinnen Williams under contract for several more years as well. Those are the trade details. Defensive tackle, first-round pick next year, and a second-round pick. Actually, I'm just gonna record this through. This is gonna be a lot easier. Quinnen Williams traded to the Cowboys. That's all I got to do. I think that's fine. A second this year and a first next year. Oh, they said Mazi too. We're not done. They did get rid of Mazi. So they did get rid of this. That's why I haven't done anything yet. That's why we're not doing it. I haven't seen anyone say Mazi Smith yet, though. I haven't seen anyone else say Mazi outside of the chat. I don't delete yet. Oh, there it is. It is a second, a future one, and Mazi Smith. So Rapport just tweeted that one out. A second rounder, a first rounder, and Mazi Smith heading to the New York Football Jets. So Mazi's done. A second-round pick, and a first-round pick. Mazi ain't good, so I'm not mad about that one at all. A second, a first, and Mazi Smith heading to the New York Football Jets. Cowboys getting Quinnen Williams here. So Mazi's out. A second next year, or second this year, and a first next year. So Mazi's done, a second and a future one, which should be the Cowboys' own first-round pick. So that should be the full finalized trade details here on the show. So Quinnen Williams, as the Cowboys get wild with it, and they go out and acquire Quinnen Williams in a stunning blockbuster. So let's go full screen me here. And then we will get set up. Let me update this. Let me update this tweet here. Hold on. Lot going on here. I can't even find the damn tweet. If you're updated version, that'd be great. I don't know if we're going to get the updated graphic, but I'm going to throw this in as a pinned reply. Mazi Smith also heading to New York. So that's updated. I did that. All right. No name badge, though. No name badge. We can keep the trade alert on the bottom there. So, again, we're going to do a little 60 seconds. This will be a shorts on the screen recording side that Durham will handle for us here. Oh, wait. He just got the updated graphic. There we go. I'm slacking him. Let me see if I can edit this in time. There we go. Updated. I'm just going to put both out there. So updated Quinnen Williams trade. A first next year, a second this year, and a Mazi Smith headed to the Jets in exchange for Quinnen Williams as the Cowboys just go insane. I actually do appreciate not giving up your first round pick this year. That I actually do think I do think matters for this team. I don't think they should have been trading away their own first rounder. So for this to get flipped to the Quinnen is super interesting, frankly. So that is updated. Several super chats we'll get to after we get to we're gonna do this full screen little short action. And then we'll go to the cut 30 seconds afterward. We'll reset, have everything there. You can probably skip the intro, frankly. I think is fine. But let's do that right now. This will be the full screen short version. A blockbuster trade by the Dallas Cowboys. Quinnen Williams has been added by Dallas in one of their biggest blockbuster trades at the deadline, really dating back to the Amari Cooper era, maybe even beyond that. The Cowboys giving up a second-round pick this year, which should be their own first-round pick next year, and Mazi Smith to acquire one of the best defensive tackles in football who is under team control for several seasons. Don't know what that means long-term for Kenny Clark / Osa Odigizua, but Dallas getting aggressive at the trade deadline this year, adding Quinnen Williams from the Jets. We'll have a full breakdown for you on the channel, so make sure you guys are subscribed. No idea how long that was. I'm sure it'll work. Sweet. So we're going to do the full cut here in a little bit. I would go ahead and do the intro. It's easier for Sam. And then just have something in mind. So this is, again, reminder here, 2026 second round pick from the Cowboys, and what I believe is the 2027 first round pick from the Cowboys, based on what has been reported so far. First and a second going on there, which does leave the Cowboys very, very thin on that front. If we can add the Quinnen big cam that James just put in there, I think that's a good idea. Just going to tweet out that photo edit there. Looks weird, but whatever, we got it. So Quinnen Williams heading to the Dallas Cowboys. Take some time and review everything and make sure we're all set up properly. Update, by the way, on the Cowboys draft pick statuses. Their own first, Green Bay's first, a 4, a 5th, and a 7, plus a likely comp pick. So Dallas is very light. They actually have 0 day 2 picks available right now. But they've got 2 firsts this year, a 4, a 5. They should have another 5 and a 7. By the way, Ricky Scoops says the Jets have another big trade incoming. Jermaine Johnson to the Niners, maybe? Maybe? That one stands out to me. Again, grade the trade in the pinned comment. A, B, C, D, or F. I am just going to rip the shot, by the way, that we owe for Matt Temple, so I'll do that right now. Stay tuned on that one. We are very much behind on Super Chats. I apologize for that. But we will get to those here. But you have the blockbuster Quinnen Williams trade. You just, you want to find a way to do it. Schefter saying A.D. Mitchell was a first-round pick. No, he was not. Here we go. Quinnen in exchange for Mazi, a second, and a future one. What's your status there, my friend? Fixing what, though? Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think you could have. You're good. So no first-round pick this year given up. Plus, you can't draft in the second. So maybe that's the mindset there. Final details here again. 2026. I think we should just use Big Cam on that one. I don't think that looks very good on the graphic. 2026 second-round pick from the Cowboys this year, heading to the Jets along with Mazi Smith, and a first-round pick next year in exchange for Quinnen Williams, headed to the Dallas Cowboys. The guy they wanted to get as part of the Micah Parsons trade, they finally find a way to do so. Finally get that deal done as Jerry makes quite a big-time trade today. And I do wonder, are they done? Or is this it? Because the Jets just totally blew up their defense today. Will the Dolphins do anything else? I doubt they go after an edge now. I was surprised the Jets actually shopped Quinnen. Frankly, a 2 and a future 1 feels like a fairly reasonable trade in the end. I don't mind that one at all. We'll see if the Cowboys do anything else in the next 30-ish minutes here. Maybe they explore. I don't even know if edge is the route they would go now. Like, do they look for a Minkah Fitzpatrick instead? Like that one might be worth exploring here. So we'll see what that value ends up looking like. Again, Cowboys down to 2 firsts this year, a 4, a 5, should be an additional 5th-round pick, maybe a 3rd 5th-round pick if things go the right way for them. Quinnen Williams, contract-wise, 8.37 something left in 2025, 21.75 left in 2026, and then $25 million in 2027. So they've got some contractual control left over him there. Maybe they even work for an extension in the not-too-distant future on that front. So those are the trade details. What are you fixing? Can I help with anything here? Okay. I mean, do we not have them built kind of already? Okay. Okay. Sweet. So grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F in the comments section of today's show. Salary cap does change a decent amount, but you do everything right. / you might extend Quinnen once this year wraps up, frankly, because he's out of guaranteed money. I believe he is guaranteed next year. So I wouldn't be shocked if they look for an extension on him. I don't think you're going to keep Kenny Clark and Osa Odigizua next year. I don't think that'll be the path this team ends up going. I don't think that's what they'll do. So I wouldn't even worry about that one because you kind of already built one. So okay, sweet. So grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Aaron Whitecotton gets his guy back with the Dallas Cowboys. So we'll break this down here in just a little bit more in depth. I don't even know if that's significant enough for Quinnen, who's not even 30 years old yet along the defensive line. So Cowboys getting aggressive. I do think trade alert should be, or just read only that one. Okay. That's fine. So grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. We will wait and see if the Cowboys are done, but then I do really want to film this. So would like to get going here. Full breakdown of the trade coming up here in just a little bit. The Jets are just in full-on fire sale. Wouldn't be surprised if Breece Hall and or Jermaine Johnson end up getting shopped in the not-too-distant future. So Quinnen Williams headed to the Dallas Cowboys in exchange for Mazi Smith, a second-round pick, and a future one. We'll break this down momentarily here for you on the channel. The full, it should be good. It's a 3, by the way. It's a 3 now. Perfect. Oh, wait, I guess I got to get rid of Mazi. Shit. Hold on. I'm just going to remove him. So I tapped through the depth chart and kept Mazi on there. It's like, oh, they got too many guys. So eventually I'll fix it and get rid of that. But yep, let's do it. Sweet. Cowboys, Quinnen Williams, and more. What is this one? Okay, so the Jets are going to get the higher of the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks in 2027. So I think just first-round pick in general makes sense. Second-round pick from the Cowboys this year, earliest of the 2 picks coming to the Jets for the first rounder. So go to the intro video, message and production, highlight cut, starts with intro, and then once it's done, tell Sam what it ends on. So, full breakdown of the Quinnen Williams blockbuster coming your guys' way here in just a second. As soon as Aiden gives me the thumbs up, we will dive into the cut as Dallas, a massive trade, giving up a second, a future first-round pick, and Mazi Smith in exchange for Quinnen Williams. So we will break that down here in just a second. You all set, Aiden? Perfect. Let's just go. Let's go. The Dallas Cowboys have pulled off a blockbuster trade. Quinnen Williams headed to the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas giving up in the mega deal with the Jets their second-round pick this year, the earlier of their 2 first-round picks in 2027, the higher, which I interpret as earlier. Why don't we do earlier or later? I don't understand. And Mazi Smith. So a massive deal from the Dallas Cowboys on that front. A second-round pick, a future first, and Mazi Smith heading to Quinnen Williams. So the higher of the 2 first-round picks heading to Dallas on that one. If you haven't already, help us out actually by sharing today's video. There's been a lot of coverage on today's show. So share this video if you haven't already. Help us out, more views. There's not going to be a push, I don't believe, on today's show. So help us out by sharing today's video on social media, and we will break down the. Let's just reset. We can't do it. We're gonna reset the cut. That's all wrong. So let's not push it. I just don't understand how we messed that up on the graphic side. Not your fault. It's fine. Let's go to the trade details and make sure it's right this time before we do it. This is good. This is much better. So we'll take it from the top because I didn't do a great job on the intro anyway. So we'll go from the top on the cut, which is just is what it is. Is what it is. Do the intro video again and just like say starting with intro again. Make sure it's the short one, by the way. So let's break down for real, I hope this time, the Quinnen Williams trade. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys have pulled off a blockbuster trade. Quinnen Williams is headed to the Dallas Cowboys in exchange for a second-round pick, a future first-round pick in 2027, and Mazi Smith also heading to New York in this trade. We're going to break down the entire thing for you on today's show. I don't believe we're going to end up getting a push notification on today's video. There's been a lot of coverage here on the Cowboys Report, multiple videos in the past 24 hours. I don't think a push will come on this one. So help us out by sharing today's video on social media, and we'll go in depth on the Quinnen Williams trade here with the blockbuster deal made by Dallas. Here are the full details again. So the Cowboys originally wanted Quinnen Williams as part of the Micah Parsons trade. The Jets said, no, we're not doing that. Now they flip him. Mazi Smith, the defensive tackle, heading to the Jets. The Cowboys' second-round pick this year, and the higher of the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks in 2027. I actually do think not giving up your first-round pick this year is a good thing for Dallas, because there is still a real possibility that this does not turn out great for this particular season. So I think that's actually a good deal for the Cowboys in general. Future picks are valued as one less. You can argue that this is closer to 2 second-round picks for Quinnen Williams. I know the sack numbers haven't been insanely strong, but the pressure numbers have always been pretty good for Quinnen Williams. The run support has always been Quinnen Williams' strength. I think this is one of the best young defensive linemen in the NFL. The Cowboys finding a way to land him should be viewed as a short-term and long-term impact. It's expensive what the Cowboys did, giving up a future first-round pick that'll be the earlier of their picks. Hopefully helps fix your run defense. I think a team that isn't, I was going to say as bad, but gives their team good pass rush chances actually should set them up for some success with better quality pass rush reps, even though that is dipped this year for Quinnen Williams. I do wonder if just the Jets being bad is a key factor in that element. I want you guys to grade the trade for Quinnen Williams. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show, how do you feel about this trade? I do feel, when they first said it was a first, I was like, oh, God, they should have away a top 10 pick for Quinnen. That's so much. Well, they didn't, potentially. In a way, the Micah Parsons trade now kind of looks like this. Dallas sends out Micah and a 2026 second for Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, and a 2026 first. That's kind of like your updated version of the Micah Parsons trade. I think Quinnen is a really good football player. Like, he is a high impact piece who I think can do all kinds of things for you against the run and the pass. He doesn't turn 28 until early December, I believe. He's young still for defensive line age. He's talented. He's been good for a long time. I get that the pressures have kind of dipped the last couple of weeks. Some of those pass rush rep qualities were not exactly good. I think he's an awesome football player. I feel better that they did not move their own first-round pick this year. This is expensive, though. That you kept your 2 firsts this year, I think actually is maybe like the best part of the entire thing. More to come on this trade, but today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action is even better with Prize Picks. The weather might be changing, but the feeling of being right never gets old. Keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks. Pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. You want more on Josh Allen, pass yards, rush yards, touchdowns? You can do it in the Prize Picks app. Also, check out the feed tab. You can follow Prize Picks players directly there and copy the lineups in one simple click. The 2-pick power play is as follows. Caleb Williams, more than passing yards. Jackson Dart, more than passing yards, which those defenses have not been very great in particular. So go download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Links to the comments and the description of today's show. Appreciate James Yoder doing the Quinnen Williams Cowboys Big Cam edit for us. We'll get some better ones, I'm sure, as things go along here. Dallas aggressive here, and probably not good enough to do what they want to do this season, but they've added 2 players who could, and at least one who will, be on the team next year. And that probably should not be overlooked with this addition of Quinnen Williams. It's not just about 2025. It's not. I had said, do players who are available multiple years. I had said, do the 2 for Quinnen. Well, they kind of did the 2 for Quinnen. They're doing a first as well. Mazi is a throw-in. Best of luck in New York, buddy. Hopefully you can figure things out. Not going to cheer against you, but, is what it is. Give me your one-word reaction. Then I want to spend time. I'll break down the contract stuff and what this means for the rest of the Cowboys defensive linemen here. One-word reaction to this trade. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. This is where the Cowboys defensive tackle depth chart sits currently. I am very curious how they try to deploy Quinnen Williams and Osa and Kenny Clark together. Long-term, big picture, I do wonder if this Cowboys team are going to keep Quinnen and Osa and Clark together. From a monetary perspective, all 3 guys are owed over $20 million next year. I don't think they're going to keep all 3. Maybe they'll keep doing some more of those 5-man front looks this year and put out Quinnen and Osa and Kenny Clark all together. That might actually be a viable thing for the Cowboys as they move forward and utilize some more 5-man fronts to be creative. You saw more of that last night against the Arizona Cardinals. But Kenny Clark is easily cuttable next year. I would not be surprised if one of Osa or more likely Kenny Clark are on the chopping block in the offseason. Probably not right now, but in the offseason, that would not be a surprise to me. We've got all the Cowboys coverage you could want right here. We will have another post-trade deadline update for you. Maybe Dallas isn't done. We're obviously live on the channel as well right now. Hit that sub button if you haven't already done so. Couple quick notes here on the contract side I want to mention for you. Quinnen is owed the prorated figure of a little under $17 million, so it's like around $8 million that the Cowboys are going to pay him, somewhere in that ballpark there, to reunite with his old D-line coach, Aaron Whitecotton. Base salary-wise and roster bonuses next year, he's owed about $21.75 million in 2026, and he's owed $25.5 million in 2027. The Cowboys can restructure his contract next year to save $14.65 in cap space if they so choose. An extension could certainly be in the cards for Quinnen long-term as well, but this is not just about 2025. This is about 2026 and 2027 and beyond. Do you like the trade? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. Do you like the trade? Then we'll spend a little bit more time breaking down Quinnen Williams and what he brings to the Dallas Cowboys. But sound off for me in the comment section of today's show. Do you guys like the trade for Quinnen Williams as Dallas makes a big-time impact move here to add a high-end, very talented defense tackle? Y for yes, N for no. A couple more thoughts here. I do get anxious about trading away premium draft picks. You can't draft in the second, though, outside of Ezeraku, so, whatever. I like keeping both your first-round picks this year. That does matter to me. I think, in general, this team being able to retain those picks is key. You might be drafting top 10, top 15 still. So I'm glad they did not trade their first-round pick this year. they still have a first-round pick next year. Keeping 3 of them, I do think, is pretty impactful for the Cowboys. Jerry's getting aggressive. We'll see if it pays off. But I will say, final thought here, I do appreciate the Dallas Cowboys at least trying. Now, if it works out, great, but they have this window of opportunity with Dak Prescott under contract for several years. Not playing the middle ground is actually probably a better idea for the Dallas Cowboys. So hopefully it works out. We'll see what the long-term outlook looks like for the defensive tackles moving forward, but Cowboys add a big-time player at the 2025 NFL trade deadline in Quinnen Williams. Wanted to get to 10. That's why I wanted to keep going there. So cut ends when we push to that. So tell Sam. $50 from Matt Temple. We did do the shot for this one. Says, have a shot on me, Tom. Good to see the Gamblers back in town. You think Jerry locked Catboy out of the building to do this trade? Maybe. That wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the end. I could certainly see that being the case for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm tweeting out the instant reaction. Once we got the details. Thank you, Matt Temple. We got a lot of super chats to get through. So I don't even remember, frankly, where we ended at. I want to say the last one we were on was... Yes. Yeah, so that is exactly where we're caught up on. And I will also get caught up on all these entries as well. By the way, largest super chat and top fan today will get entries for our November raffle. So right now, 50 is Lee with Matt Temple. Can I rip a beer bong? Can someone come through with a hundo? Be nice. But thank you, Matt did the shot already. Matt Temple, a bunch of entries as well. So let me do that real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Gotcha. All right, Christian Leal, however you pronounce it. A second, Sam Williams, and a 7th for Hendrickson. Kind of feel like we're out on the Hendrickson stuff right now. You don't have a second now. You traded it away. This, of course, came in right before the Quinnen Williams trade. So I think they're out on that one. What's next here? Marcus says trade a first and Osa for Quinnen. We'll see what they do with Osa. I think they might keep all 3 guys this year and figure out who is the other piece opposite Quinnen, because I've not been over the moon with either guy. Though I will say, I do think that was a much better performance out of Osa last night. I thought he actually played pretty well. I thought he was probably one of the better defensive players in that game, along with Ezraku, etc. Clark, I don't think was a liability either. They both played 51 snaps, so no hint of who's the top guy there. Matt says, I know it's November. What about Gilmore? Can't be much worse what we got out there. I mean, I actually thought, I don't know. I'd say Kalen Carson played better, but he was... They only threw it to Ron Bland because he was terrible. So I can't actually judge Kalen Carson, frankly. Cooper Hickey. 2 firsts. Does the trade for Gardner change what we could have gotten for Parsons? Look, despite what the Jerry might tell you, the Cowboys did not maximize their trade value with Micah Parsons when they traded him. They did not. They did not. They just didn't. I think they could have gotten more if they'd done it earlier or later, whatever. Just that's how it goes. Synthicade. 2 firsts and Kenny Clark for Micah Parsons. Who says no? That's funny. Just hit the side, however you pronounce it. That's funny. Yeah, who says no, right? This is the draft day trade we were trolling about earlier. Jatman. I've always said Jerry is a very handsome and intelligent man. Might even say he's dashing in response to the Quinnen Williams trade. It's fun. Jacob Marshall, now go get Minkah Fitzpatrick. Do wonder if they're going to be in the market for that one. Because I do think back end is now where you're weakest. Your defensive tackle room is really friggin' good now. Your front is at least average, if not minimum, if not above average. If Ezra keeps playing the way he's been playing, you're in good shape. Cameron Palmer, Jerry took ownership and made a splash. Yeah, we're gonna be getting raptured. Did Jerry have did God come down to Jerry and say, "It's coming soon, my friend. You must atone for your sins, whatever." That's, I mean, shit. Would anyone be surprised there? He did take ownership though for the first time ever, on the radio. He was like, "It's on me." I'm like, wow, he never says that shit. Team R's need a third corner and a safety now. I do think safety stands out. How much are they going to bank on Savone Revel just coming in and being great? By the way, I am going to be all over Arvell Reese or Caleb Downs in the 2026 NFL draft. Give me one of those guys. Don't know if I can do it. So I had every intent of doing a mock draft this week, but you just traded away a second and a first. Now I don't know if they're going to. It's going to be something. Thank you, Team R's. I appreciate that. What's next up here? Let's just keep Quinnen at all times. By the way, let's not. You can change what the Quinnen stuff is, but don't go away from Quinnen. Wes, that's 3 defensive tackles we're paying good money to. Yes. Let me get the exact numbers here for 2026 right now, which is why I don't. This year, you're actually not paying big money to those guys. Osa counts 6.25 on the cap for you this year. Kenny Clark counts about 3, and Quinnen's going to count 8 something in that ballpark once he is added. Next year, things change significantly. On the cap, Osa counts 20.75. Kenny Clark counts 21.5, and Quinnen costs over $20 million as well. I don't think they're going to keep all 3 players at $20+ million. Something's got to give there. It just might not be this year. It might be next year. We got an hour to decide if that changes. Matthew Gates, it better not be 2 first-rounders. It wasn't. It was a second and a first next year. Very opposite of 2 first-rounders. I do think, by the way, first next year versus second versus first this year is a big difference. That is a big difference. James Eisen Smith. Jerry said he had 2 others in the works. What's 3? So number 1 was Logan. I think Quinnen was actually. I don't know if Quinnen was one of them. I wonder if this changed with the Sauce Gardner trade. I would love to know how long they've been working on this one. Because I do think, there is a scenario in which, they were talking about Tyree Wilson and Bradley Chubb and Minkah Fitzpatrick. I think there were definitely multiple things that they were working on. I don't know if this was one of the 2. I do think Minkah's one of them, which is what Jace wants. He wants to go get Minkah Fitzpatrick. What's the cost? Because now you are kind of light on draft picks. You are down to a first, 2 firsts this year, a 4th, a 5th, probably another 5th round comp pick, and a 7th from the Chiefs. I believe that's what that 7th is from. Not 100% sold on that one. I'm going to put that video just went out on that. In a little bit, check Facebook and make sure Sam posted it there. Full breakdown of the Quinnen Williams. I'm tweeting this, by the way, at What Going Downy. I guess I need a thumbnail. I didn't even look at the thumbnail. I just assumed it was good. We're riding with it. Blockbuster, perfect. Love it, Sam. Great job, bud. Great job. Getting that out real quick here. I'm going to ask for RTs. So this was the $50 from Matt that came in not that long ago. Appreciate that, Matt. Cheers to you, my friend. We did the shot for you. Jace again said, let's go get Minkah. You mad at it? Emmett Lambert, $5 into our raffle here as well. Boom. Hey, we traded the second. We could have had another Schoonmaker over Williams. Hey, if you got Ezraku, it's fine. You kind of didn't really move the 1. I thought it was going to be 1. He did. I think it was going to be a 2, but it was also 2. It was interesting. Very interesting. All right. Daniel Logan, Max Crosby first this year, next to go with Quinnen. if I'm the Jets, I'm asking for 3 ones right now with the way that this is going. Like I think it is out of control, this trade market, frankly. I think they'd be asking for a lot there. That's how it goes. Old Bean. Can I grab the lotion yet? Dry skin is an epidemic. It's cold now. Make sure to moisturize. Marcus, my God, the Jets have a lot of early round picks. Let me pull this back up. Where was it? It was. God, I saw it on Twitter. I didn't save it because I'm an idiot. Where did it go? Here it is. 2026. They have 2 firsts from themselves and the Colts. 2 seconds, their own and the Cowboys. 2027, 3 first-round picks. Jets, Cowboys, and Colts. Higher of the 2 first-round picks. So, wildin' out there for the Jets. Day TV says he's still going to get Trey or Max out of safety. You're kind of light on the draft capital. I don't know. I think safety with Minkah is maybe the main one that they would make. We'll do a video tomorrow. I'll do a video on this. I'm going to run the numbers, but like you notice live, and we'll go to all media here. Do they trade either Osa or Kenny? My guess is no. I'll do a video on this tomorrow. My guess is that they're going to go do more like 5-man front stuff. And that's going to be like some 4-3 overs, some 4-3 unders, where I think they're going to roll down some linebackers. Or even just, they did more 5-man front stuff straight up against Arizona. They were doing more of that. And by adding Quinnen, that's how you try to find your way to get those guys out there on early downs. And then you shuffle in other guys. You do more of a snap count stuff. This probably means no more snaps for Jay Toia. That's probably what this means. Jay Toia might come down with the mystery injury soon. That means Solomon Thomas. Thomas, is probably going to get fewer snaps as well. He has not been bad, but maybe you do deploy some more base 3-4 front stuff, which is on early downs only, because on passing downs, you're not going to put 3 DTs out there. I don't think they trade either Osa or Kenny Clark right now. I do think one of those guys is probably gone next offseason. But again, this trade is not just about this year. This is clearly a multiple year trade. Rain, Overshone, Revel, and Williams. F it, I'm in. You know what? I didn't play the can't lose or must win card. I didn't play it technically against the Cardinals. I didn't play it. I said I probably should have, but I didn't play it. So I get to play it against the Raiders, which you have to win. You have to win. J Productions. What happens to Osa and Kenny Clark? Again, we'll do probably a video on that tomorrow. Got a lot of Fallout stuff to get into. We're going to play 3 DTs at once. Who is our edge to replace Minkah? Can one of them play edge? None of them are edges. They do like 5 technique stuff. So like you can do that call it a 3-4, 3-4, 4-3 under, 4-3 over. It's all the same. It's just like who's lined up where, what gap. You can put Kenny Clark at nose guard. You can put Osa at 5 tech and Quinnen at 3 tech and move them all around and everything. You can do some different stuff, which they did do against Arizona. You can go back and watch the call. I'm like, 5-man front. Sometimes they're going to roll down an extra linebacker. They'll probably do some early down stuff with 5-man front and get them all on the field because they are some of your better players. But on third downs, you're going to pull one of them. And you'll probably rotate them a pretty decent amount on that front. How that rotation looks, I'm not so sure, but we'll see soon. AGN, this again came in late. Wrap. Sometimes there's a lot of confusion with what the trade actually is. It is not a 2026 first. It is a 2027 first round pick. The higher, which I interpret as earlier, of those two. But I appreciate that, AGN. I know you're going to update the trade deadline graphic there, so just a second. So that is... There we go. T. Thompson, I saw I was counting down on you, and I know how the graphic actually works. So $10. Let me update this and get you into the raffle, my friend. We get Minkah cheap, it would be nice. I agree. I don't know what the ask is. I got 5. I got a nice shiny 5 for you, Miami. I got a nice 5. That seems like not enough, but also he might be a rental, and you need him. So, like, I wouldn't be mad if they did it. But you've had the most busy trade deadline in a long time for the Dallas Cowboys, dating back to the Amari time. So, by the way, one more roster move is going to be needed to make room for the Logan Wilson trade. Not John Jacobs in again. By the way, we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at the end of the live stream, an hour and change to come up here. At What Going Downy, if you want in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. It's at What Going Downy on that front. We already have a couple different entries in there, but we need at least one more to run the raffle. So at What Going Downy for that. Appreciate that. Not John Jacobs says, me and the boys group chat has been Mazi Monday the last 2 years. Sad day for the boys. I mean, there you go. Bad man gone. There's a handful of Cowboys people who still think he's great. I hope he does well in New York. I do worry a bit about him handling the New York media, but that was low. Ecuador man, what is Mazi's cap hit? Can it rival Williams? Actually, a good call out that I probably should have mentioned earlier. The Cowboys are going to save prorated figure of the $2 million this year, so it cuts into about $1 million of it. And next year they're going to save a full 2.56. So they actually did. Like the savings of Mazi comes kind of close to paying for Quinnen Williams this year. It's not quite. It's like 75% of it. But that does help. Actually, a good point there on the savings. Kivo, 3 first-round picks for Garrett in the draft. I do still need some first-round picks. This year's first-round picks for Garrett. Oh, that's so not 3. They're not trading away Myles Garrett. Honestly, like I would almost, if I were the Cowboys, like I would almost trade down twice in the draft in round 1. Like I would, because I'm light on picks. You have to be able to draft in the NFL. If you can't draft, it is over for you. You can't do anything. I would very much like to trade down in round 1 at least once and get some of those draft capital back so I get something on day 2 as well. Hayden Lewis, about time they made an exciting trade. I guess Jerry just wanted to go crazy with it, man. I guess he did. He wanted to get wild and wonky with it. Troy Daniels into the Venmo 50-50 raffle here. Appreciate that, Troy. You are in. Take home is 30 on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. All as well says put Diggs at safety. Man, but he can't tackle. So, like, I don't know if that helps at all. Better with his eyes at the ball at times. I don't know. I don't know if he'd be a good safety. So Bland can play nickel pretty well, but he was so bad last night, dude. He never looked comfortable. And they kind of just like put him on an island over and over again. It didn't go very well. Thomas Palmer. Can you say what draft picks the Cowboys have left? I'm gonna edit this as well. This is just gonna become a 3 or a 6. A 6. If you could move it over. 2026 first round pick. 2026 first round pick via the Green Bay Packers. 2026 fourth round pick their own. 2026 fifth round pick their own. Projected 2026 fifth round comp pick, which is going to be on the bubble for other things coming their way. I do want to go look, actually. If they dial back the Solomon Thomas snap counts now because of the addition of Quinnen Williams, how far back does he have to fall to not count as a comp pick? If that falls back down to 20, if they can, maybe that's going to be right on the edge. They're going to have like 3 or 4 guys on the edge of qualifying for a comp pick or not. It's going to be crazy close on that front. Because I don't think Cooper Rush will end up qualifying either, which is unfortunate. These are the updated Cowboys draft picks, by the way. 2026 first rounder, 2026 first round pick via Green Bay, a 2026 fourth round pick, a 2026 5th-round pick, a predicted comp pick, and a 7th-round pick. So they are light on draft capital here. But those are the updated picks. Chance to maybe get one more 5th in there, but we shall see on that front. Aaron Gomez. So Minkah for Quinnen Williams, a 2nd 2 for Minkah. Kenny Clark and a 2026 first. Albie. Do wonder how long that player is going to be around in Clark or Osa. Osa's contract is... honestly, I hope that like adding Quinnen unlocks a better version of Osa too. They could trade him if they wanted to after this year ends. It's not exorbitant. It doesn't save them very much, but it is doable on that front with under an hour to go until the trade deadline. Samuel, a $5 super chat. Say what? Sweet. Says, I don't care how pretty I am today. How pretty are you, Tom? What a trade. Buy Mazi. I think these trades are for next year to build on. Both of these guys are under contract next year. And Logan Wilson we'll see about. Quinnen will be here next year. But if Logan Wilson plays well, and you've got him, there's a linebacker piece for you. Hopefully you get the Marvin Overshown back. You still have 2 first-round picks. Quinnen is a big-time trade. You cannot view this as just 2025 because they're not good enough to fix the defense in 2025. I had specifically asked for players under contract for multiple years, and the Cowboys did do that. So they did make that side happen. So thank you, Samuel. Appreciate that $5 super chat. Someone just said it's not enough to save Christmas, but we can go ruin it for somebody else. It's fun. Which, I mean, you can play spoiler here. And if you can build on the season, and even though you're probably not going to be a playoff team. There you go. All right, let's see what's next here on the Super Chat side. Bryson, trade deadline is like crack today, Tom. This is wild. The Jets are like, screw it, we're trading away everything. I'm done. Let's get out of here. Insanity. Just insanity. They have been wild and out of control. Rashid Shaheed and Jacoby Myers, like no one cares about. The Jets trading away. No one cares anymore. I'm not wrong. The Jets dumping Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. Crazy. Carlos Lopez, what will the D-line rotation look like then, Tom? I think you'll see, those 3 guys, let me pull up the snap counts from last night just like as an example. You had 51 snaps last night from Osa and Clark. It's actually a lot of snaps to play those guys. It's actually a very high volume. That might drop down to let's say it's 45 for those guys. And you just freed up another, 10 snaps just like that. You can take all 20 from Jay Toia and give them to Quinnen Williams. So there's 30. And that still leaves 26 from Solomon Thomas. Maybe you drop him down to 15. And then you got to 40 again. And you're kind of like in those guys will play 40-plus snaps a night for you up front, and then whoever your 4th defensive tackle or your 5th active one, if you bring back Perrion Winfrey from injured reserve, which I assume they're going to still, those guys take on the majority of your snap counts. It's Quinnen, it's Osa, it's Kenny Clark, and then some combination of Winfrey and Solomon Thomas and maybe Jay Toia, but I would not be shocked if there was at some point an injury for Jay Toia. That would not stun me at all. That would not stun me. Pug Racer, we're going from 5-1 to 7-9-1, baby. Don't you feel better about that going into the season, though? In next season, don't you feel better? Of we're going to be better. The defense won't be as bad. And if the defense still sucks, you can fire Matt Eberflus and go get a good defensive coordinator. Throwing that out there. Roman Wolf Gaming, what will our cap look like after the trade? The screenshot of you sitting second, I think you might fall to 3rd on the cap. So let me pull it up here. Actually, you're gonna be 2nd or 3rd still in cap space. And then next year, you got a bunch of money. Now you're gonna add 6 for Logan Wilson, take off 3-ish for Mazi Smith, and you're gonna add 20-something for Quinnen Williams. That does cut down into that figure, but we have been talking about like the $100 to $150 million price tag. Still get 100. Still plenty of money available. So the not paying Minkah does give you extra flexibility to do stuff like this. That is certainly powerful. We can skip the team card. You're fine. You're fine. You're good. We don't have to go to it. You're okay. You're okay. Appreciate that, though. We'll see if they do anything else. Yes, Ricardo, you have the money to pay George Pickens. Plenty of money to pay George Pickens. Gatlin, win streak on the way. Eagles keep struggling. We take the division. I mean, I've seen the Eagles do that once before. Fall apart down the stretch. I'm not going to go there yet. I'm going to worry about being better in the offseason or in season during the bye week and then get going after that. Green Pajamas has to be a B. Primary issue is the defensive coordinator. I mean, a B is reasonable. The pin poll voting right now, 65% say A, 25% say B, 6% say C, only 3% say D or F. I honestly thought there might be a few more D's or F's. I thought it was going to be like inverse bell curve. Like no one votes C, everyone votes A or B or D or F. But that's fine. I get it. All right, Bash Teo. We hope the playoffs chances here is it too late? Yeah, I mean, he helps your playoff chances. It might be too late, but he also does significantly help you going forward. Which I think if Quinnen had one more year on his deal, they would not have made this trade. I don't think they were going after rental, nor should they. So we'll see how it plays out beyond that, but we'll see. Sam says, Howie called Jerry Jones, said, this is how it's done. This is kind of more of a Howie trade, isn't it? It's a little bit more in the Howie Roseman style. Although somehow he also flips Mazi for a third with something ridiculous, with some voodoo magic, but that's fine. William Cook, $5. I think these moves are good. Will help for next year. Also puts the Cowboys in the spotlight. A grade. Jerry loves that shit. We are all talking about the Cowboys and Quinnen Williams today. All of us are. All of us. Ryder, this feels stupid long-term. Isn't Williams a defense tackle? Yes. I don't know if Kenny Clark is going to be here long-term or Osa. One of those guys probably won't be here long-term. Go back to when we first traded for Kenny Clark. I'm like, I like him, but he's old. He's almost 2 years older, I think, than Quinnen. Old, but he also I wonder with the way it's kind of set up. I always thought it was going to be a rental. So, David M, go get us that safety. They hate safeties. They hate it with a passion. So, we'll see. We'll see what it ends up slotting in at. That also leaves 2 2023 draft picks on the Cowboys roster. Scooney and Overshown. A lot of your pick issues can be traced back to that 2023 class. You made a lot of mistakes that year. A lot of mistakes. Drew Productions, do you trade Osa, Kenny for the best pass rusher available? I have those guys under contract, so I don't have to trade them unless I get somebody good. Worst case, they're on my team this year, and I move on in the offseason. If you're getting bad offers, you don't have to sell. But I do think long-term, one of those guys is probably not here in Dallas next year. That's what God's gift to the ladies. Three DTs making a total of $1 million. Got to trade Osa. I think one of those guys is gone next year. Osa or Kenny Clark is probably not here this year. This year, you probably got Quinnen playing some 0 and 1 and 3, and Kenny Clark playing some occasional 0 and 1 and 3. They're kind of just you're lining those guys all up there, and Osa plays a lot of 5 tech and kind of some 4-3 under looks. I think they will probably deploy more of that going forward. Flus did some of that last night. We'll have a full video on that tomorrow, by the way. 88 problems. Love this. Last we need to trade Osa for Minkah. Minkah, you're actually probably losing that trade. But I do wonder, what is the actual asking price of Minkah Fitzpatrick? How high is it? How low is it? Brett, could he play edge? I would say that you're probably more inclined to play one of Kenny Clark or Quinnen Williams at nose tackle more. That's probably where he plays. He's 300 pounds. He can do 5 technique, but I don't think you're going to ask him to play a lot of edge. I don't think that's a good usage of him. I think Osa will probably play more 5-tech. Quinnen can play nose tackle. He can play 3 technique. Kenny Clark can do some 3 technique, play nose tackle. He's a damn good run defender. Should help you out there. Danny, can we ship Tolbert to help bring Minkah? You can throw him in. I don't know if that moves needle at all for Miami. Like, the Dolphins want picks. They want picks. They don't want players. So you can try. I just don't know if there's going to be any value there. All right. Landon Baptista, a $5 super chat here. Into our raffle. Boom. If we were to trade Osa or Kenny Clark, who would you rather them trade away? I think that you could chop them now. I think it is more likely that you let the year play out. And you move on from one of them. Because both those guys have $20+ million cap hits. I don't think they're going to pay all 3 guys. One is probably gone in the offseason. I do want to see how the year plays out. I would actually probably lean more towards Kenny Clark. Because I think the playing styles of what they do well is, I think Quinnen and Osa mesh slightly better than Quinnen and Kenny Clark. I've already paid Osa more. I can save more money by moving on from Kenny Clark. So I would probably lean towards keeping Osa. But let's see how the year plays out. Which version of both of those guys do I get over the course of the season? Kenny Clark's had some really good games. He was awesome against the Giants, for example. He was terrible against Carolina. Which version shows up? Osa Odigizua, I thought played very well against the Arizona Cardinals last night. He was terrible against Carolina, and frankly was not good against the Denver Broncos either. So, like, which guy do I get the rest of the way? We'll see what happens. Albert Breer, update, social media-wise, says the Jets have been looking for a 2nd-round pick for Jermaine Johnson and a 3rd-round pick for Breece Hall. We'll see if they get either price. I do feel like they could get there had been a report that they had a 2nd-round pick offer. My shoes are off because my feet are killing me for standing for the last 7 hours straight on 2 different streams. I feel like they could get a 2nd for Jermaine Johnson. I don't know if they're going to get a 3rd for Breece Hall, but also if you're the Jets, especially for Breece Hall, posture and then trade. Like, just move on. Like, get what you can back. Honestly, the Jets are living out my Madden Dynasty rebuild. Like, trade. I got all the 1st-round picks. Let's go. I once had, I was doing a Madden franchise years ago. I got someone to rage quit because I made so many trades for 1st-round picks after I won the Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys. Like, what? I broke the game? Sorry. Whatever. Danny Whitney. We actually got one earlier from shipping Minkah to there. Got to Landon already, and then Christopher. What are we going to do with Toast Van Diggs? Let's let the year play out. I don't think anyone's going to trade for him. Never really thought that was going to be in the cards. We'll see. Maybe he comes back. Maybe he doesn't. But I think this is his last year with the Cowboys. I think he's gone after this. Jotman in again with a $5 super chat. Remember, we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well in about an hour once the trade deadline comes and goes here. Wait a minute. We get Wilson and Williams, and we get Murray and Mazi off the field. Jerry Jones, you're a genius. Sadly, Eberflus is here to stay, though. I mean, there you go. Again, the Mazi was just a throw-in. Like, that doesn't mean anything. The assets were a 2nd and a 1st. So, EGN Buck. Honestly, if we'd won yesterday, I'd have a lot of hope. I get it. Not Jeremy Chugg's burner. What's the timeline for our injury returns? Overshown Revel should be back for the Raiders game. We will see if Perion Winfrey ends up joining them. I have no timeline yet on Malik Hooker. He has yet to be designated to return from injured reserve. TBD on that front. I Don't know if we're going to see Josh Butler play this year. Might just be a stash. Sanborn's going to miss at least 3 more games. May not return now with the addition of Logan Wilson. Diggs is eligible soon, but we'll see. Miles Sanders done for the year. Robert Jones done for the year. Doubt we see Peyton Turner. Doubt we see Phil Maffa. Doubt we see Trevor Keegan. Those guys are probably just going to stay on injured reserve for the remainder of the season. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action is even better with Prize Picks. The weather might be changing, but the feeling of being right never gets old. So keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks. Pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. You want more than on Josh Allen, pass yards, rush yards, touchdowns? Do it on the Prize Picks app. Here's one of the power plays my boy Harrison cooked up for the Bears-Giants game on Sunday. Caleb Williams, I love this one. More than passing yards. Jackson Dart, more than passing yards. Did we watch the Bears-Bengals game? Have you watched the Giants pass defense of late? Love it. So, go download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Links to the comments and the description of today's show. Jose, send Osa and a third or second, which you don't have, for Chubb and Fitzpatrick. I think that's an overpay. I think the Quinnen value is reasonable and fair. I think the Logan Wilson value was in the Cowboys' favor. But I would not do all that for Chubb and Fitzpatrick. MF coming soon. Hey, Tom, this is Leroy. Hey, Leroy. Happy to have you back, my friend. Leroy Jenkins. Does this mean Jerry told Steven to keep his mouth shut today? How do you see the defense shaping up the remainder of the season? What trade can in a 3rd-round pick this year? You could maybe shop one of your, maybe Osa, because I don't think Clark's going to get you a 3rd. I think that was kind of more of, I don't think it's going to get you a 3rd. But then again, the trade market is bonkers today, so who the hell knows? I think you get a 3rd by trading down in the draft this year. Let's see where you slot in. See who's available. Trade down and do the volume path. Actually, not a bad idea at all. Not a bad idea at all. Richard says, 5th and Tolbert for Minkah. Thoughts? If I could do that, I would do it. Like, I would absolutely do that. I have zero complaints. At this point, I have my doubts, so I will remain extremely concerned about the safety room. But if you could get that trade done today, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Greg Freeman, trade Madden Tolbert for 2 firsts and a 3rd. Who says no? And Madden Tolbert makes an appearance like once every 4 games. And I had the great catch against the Packers, had the Steelers touchdown catch last year. Yeah. Jacob, how high of a chance we get one more person? 25% chance. I do wonder. I mean, we got 30-ish minutes to go, 36 minutes to go. I do wonder about that. Sam, hoping downs and a tackle in the 1st round this year. Hey, we're going to have the Nathan Thomas, Terrence Steele battle at right tackle the rest of the season. Boy, I'll be honest, Nathan Thomas was bad last night. He was so bad. Now, he was also thrown into an unexpected environment in pass rushing situations. I get it. I don't know how likely it is, how much of an impact the migraines had on Terrence Steele, but it was a bad game from your tackles. Tyler Guyton, honestly, all but 5 plays a game, he's actually playing well. But it's the 5 plays a game that it's like, wow, that is so obvious you just got your ass kicked. That's the issue. He's playing fine. He gets beat he drops back 50 times a game in pass rushing or pass protection situations. Gets beat 4 of them, but it's just multiple of those plays are disgustingly bad. You just got to get rid of those. The sack that he allowed was so bad. It's also they come in high leverage moments. You just got to have that stuff dialed in. I don't think Terrence Steele played well. I thought Ethan Thomas, the first drive was good. He was really bad the second drive. So, like, tackle is an option. Tackle's an option, which I don't want to spend a first-round pick on a tackle because I spent so much assets in round one, but see what the board looks like. Aiden, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and chime in with the, the quote that Will Campbell said going into the draft. You give up a sack a week as an offensive lineman, you're working at McDonald's. On the flip side, if you're a D lineman, you're an all-pro.
Exactly. But again, like, it's how football works. Like, you have to be a little bit more efficient. He's just not right now. So figuring out that shit is what you have to do there. I do think overall, I think he's better than he was last year, frankly. Even if, like, you just have to cut. I think he's also got better as the year goes along. I think, like, overall, he's on an upward arc, but the ugly reps, he's got to learn to lose slower. Like, that's what he has to do next and not lunge his head in. There were a couple of, like, really good reps from Tyler Guyton. Like, if he just, like, manhandling somebody or laying the lumber, but, like, just has to cut down on the boneheaded mistakes, the boneheaded errors once a game. Has to be better there. He does that, things look better as they move forward. JL Channel, I love this. Is too little too late, though? How much does this move the needle on defense? Cowboys' only hope is winning the division. I do agree. It's division or bust. I will also say it's not just about this year. This is also about 2026, 2027, etc. So it's not just about this season. And that is why I'm a little bit more intrigued by it. Because if Quinnen Williams was a rental and you gave this up, boy, I would not like that at all. Would not. Roman Wolf Gaming. First round, trade down, get Kamari Ramsey and Mateo Uyunglele. I'm curious what they think the Cowboys need at edge. I'll be honest. And this was, let me double check my draft notes here. Because Ezeraku is not a big edge rusher. He's not. He is frankly undersized. He is, let me double check my exact notes here too from the draft. He is 6'2.5", 248, very long arms, utilizes those very well. He is undersized. And I wrote down, he was really good against the run at Boston College. I do worry about it in the NFL. But he's been really good in the NFL. He's been a really good run defender so far. That seems noteworthy to me. Hold on, let me read this right. Cowboys traded Minkah and Mazi for Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, move up 15 to 20 spots in the back half of the first round of the 26th draft. They get no extra picks out of it. They have an extra first. What are we talking about? This doesn't make sense. I'm reading Greg Rosenthal. Cowboys traded Minkah and Mazi for Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, move up 15 to 20 spots. Okay, I see what he's saying because it's a second round pick. Okay, I get it. It's fine. Kamari Ramsey is intriguing to me as a safety prospect. I don't know if he's a round one guy. He might be a round two guy. Mateo is... The Cowboys, I could see them very much liking Mateo Uyunglele. I could see that one doing that. I could see the Cowboys liking him. So, athletic ability and shows all of these flashes, and I go, shit, man, this guy might be a really good football player for you. He might be just like an impact guy. He's got everything you want. And then there are moments of like, you need to play with more power. Like, you are not as powerful as I frankly need you to be. He's been solid this year. I don't know if the same level of breakout has happened quite yet. He was awesome against Montana State. Was solid against Penn State. I think Amari Washington had a really good game against Penn State too, the defensive lineman. Bit of a no-show against Wisconsin. A lot of time to figure out how good he's going to be. And also could just not go pro. So, Little Buddy 81. It's a little too late. Appreciate the effort, though. For this year, probably. Next year? You know what? Maybe not so much. They've always liked Quinnen Williams. Always have. Daniel Logan. If the Raiders offered Max for 2 firsts and Ezeraku. Ooh. Now, see, that's one the Raiders might actually do. I'll be honest. I I think I would probably say no because I kind of want to use those firsts to acquire additional assets. And I think if you did a redraft, Ezra would be a first round pick. Honestly, it's Jalen in some order. It's Jalen Walker, Abdul Carter, and Ezra have been the best rookie pass rushers. Like they've been really good. Aiden, what you got from me here? Take it away, friend. I'm gonna do some numbers here for it.
Yeah, no, I coming out of the draft, not that I was out here giving a bunch of grades, but I had him as a first round guy when he came out. I really liked his talent and his pass rush ability, like his bend and all that kind of stuff. And I really feel like if you pair him with another like formidable pass rusher, and maybe that means a Quinnen Williams, who is an elite pass rusher at the D tackle spot, while it is different and maybe not the opposing ends that you're looking for, maybe that like the Bengals tried to do with the Trey Hendrickson Shamar, it's still like you need a running mate, I think, to be able to prove, what Ezra is. I personally, if I'm the Cowboys GM, not taking that deal.
So last 5 games since the Packers game in Week 4, he has a 16.4% pressure rate, which is really good, and been a plus run defender, frankly, at the same time. Although the Commanders game wasn't his best stuff, but there was some garbage time stuff mixed in there. He has consistently gotten pressures. The sacks have shown up. He's got 2 in his last 3 games. I think this is a really promising player. I don't know if he's ever going to be he's not going to be a Minkah or whatever, but like he could be Harold Landry. That was my comp coming out. Double-digit sack guy. I would have, without the character stuff, for Randy Gregory. But also, he's a better run defender than Randy was. Randy was bad against the run. So, there you go. Laughing at Bobby Belt tweeting out the Aaron White Cotton with the cigarette in his mouth meme. Smoking Aaron. MF coming soon. It's Leroy. If we could get an end and or safety, who would you want, knowing it means your draft capital for the coming draft is shot now? At some point, I do have to keep my draft capital. I've kept actually most of it this year, which I think is actually a win given how bad you are right now. I think Minkah is the safety that stands out to me. Like, can you go explore that one? The edges seem expensive right now. Can you, what's the cost of Bradley Chubb? Probably too much. Jermaine Johnson, the Jets want a second. We'll see if that one happens. We'll see. Justin Garcia says, Arvell Reese or bust. I think the trade for Quinnen might take you out of Arvell Reese range. If you were even in it in the first place, I don't know. I don't think there are 5 better draft eligible prospects right now than Arvell Reese. He is awesome. Shout out to Billy, our Ohio State guy. He was telling me before the Texas Ohio State game, he was like, I think Arvell Reese is going to be a star. I'm like, yeah, but I think Sonny Styles is better. And balls out. Like, he has been incredible this year. And he does remind me a little bit of Minkah, where he can blitz and cover and rush the passer and play run support. He's really good. I think that maybe Caleb Downs is in the cards for you. That is a guy I would not trade away from. Safeties sometimes fall. So we'll see. CJ DeYoung III. Hard for me to believe this is the beginning of some grand long-term plan by Jerry. I get that. If there are doubts about that, I understand. I think that the Cowboys are adopting the plan I said to adopt years ago. You should go for it in the Dak window. And then if it doesn't work, be bad and suck. Like, that's what you have to do. Like, go for it, and if it fails, at least you tried. Now, are they going to stay going for it? We'll see. That part, I think, is very much kind of up in the air. Brady Pomeroy, $5. I had a drive and missed it, but what's your take on the trade, Tom? I feel like a first and a second might be a little bit rich. I went through all the emotions of like, okay, it's a first, what else is it? And then it was the Cowboys just went, oh, God, that could be a top 15, top 10 pick. And then it's a second, too, and I went, oh, boy, that's a lot. Then it's a first and a second this year, first next year. I went, okay, that's actually a bit more valuable. Just from the raw trade value chart, let me do this together here real quick. Let's say, hypothetically, this had been the first this year and the second next year. Knowing that future picks are worth roughly around later, I'll boost those values up and count it a little bit higher than what that is. But that would have been like, let's say it's pick 12 and it's a future second. Let's call that, call it like the last second round pick of the draft, essentially. That would have been roughly the value of a top 10 pick, is roughly what that value would have been. Now, by doing it this way, and we'll count it as the premium value for a future pick still and not ding it too much there. That total value is, maybe closer to maybe a top 15 pick. So, that's, again, the difference between the top 10 pick and the top 15 pick adds up extremely quickly, and you're somewhere in the ballpark of, that's the difference of like a mid-second. So it is closer to 2 2s than it is a 2 and a 1 because you made it a future 2 or a future first. I think that does matter. Brandon Wise. By the way, Jordan Schultz says teams have called. They are not trading Garrett Wilson. Breece Hall, however, does want to be traded. Sauce said he was very surprised by the Jets getting traded. Said he didn't ask out or anything. So that was a stunner. Brandon, I love the Cowboys to go get Cassius Howe and Tyrion York from Texas A&M. Go Cowboys, go Aggies. York is part of a really good linebacker class. This class is so good at linebacker. Now, you don't have a day 2 pick, so I don't know how you're going to get one necessarily, but maybe you can trade down and get one. Or maybe one falls to you in the 4th, Howe is... If you just watch the film and ignore the traits, he's up there with like Ruben Bain as like the best pass rusher in college football. He is incredible. He is generationally outlier arm length. It is, I think it's sub 31-inch arms. Let me double check that. Or is it Bailey who's got the arm length? No, Bailey has shorter arms too. Arm length is 30 inches. Let me double check, make sure that I have the verified. Hold on, let me go find it. Let me go find. I have the arm length. Yeah, 30-inch arms, sub 31-inch arms. To put that in perspective, if you sort by like the edges over the years of like the arm length, I think it was 30.5-inch arms is what he came in at. The edge rushers at that size, they just don't exist in the NFL. Like, those guys are so rare to not have the arm length to hit that threshold. Like, at the edge spot, it basically doesn't exist. Like, the shortest arm length with success you're going to find is Marcus Golden got to the 31-inch arm length measurables. Carl Lawson was 30.5-inch arms. It is an outlier for teams. You want longer arms. It's science. Like, if someone is in front of you, you want to be able to have more length so you can control them versus them controlling you. So I think he's an awesome player. I'd still take him in round 1. There will be teams that have him off the board. There will be teams. YouTube J has to be White Cotton influence of the trade, but we fleeced the Jets. Definitely think Aaron White Cotton was involved, and I'm sure he's going to be very happy when he shows up to work. I think he showed up today, but he's going to have availability tomorrow with the media, so that kind of turned out pretty funnily. Quinnen trade, by the way, is officially announced for the Dallas Cowboys. They have confirmed Quinnen Williams for a second, a first, and Mazi Smith. So that deal is officially a done deal on that front. We will see if Dallas does anything else from the trade side, if a Minkah trade goes down. I will say that, we've been reported by Pretty Ricky, they added a defensive lineman, that Minkah was the backup trade. John was pointing out that York is small. He's also really good. Also, other speaking of Texas linebackers, Jacob Rodriguez, the tech guy, he's really good too. He's not for everybody because I don't think he's gonna test that great, but he's always in the right spot. I think he's really good player. It is the better, by the way, of I don't know why media does it's higher. Okay, but does higher mean earlier or a little higher number? It gets kind of confusing. It is the better of the 2 first-round picks. So they ain't taken, guys. They're going for it this year and next year, so we shall see how that plays out But I doubt they go after Asante Samuel. Maybe Justin Simmons is now in play for you, and maybe you go a little bit more aggressive because now or at least, I guess you don't have to because you have your own first-round pick this year. We'll see. Appreciate the $5 super chat there, YouTube J. As a reminder, 20 minutes to go until the trade deadline ends. We are going to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. That's not great. There we go. 50-50 raffle. Brady Pomeroy, and then go to grade the trade or something, because I'm going to go, or will the Cowboys make the trade? I'm going to go pee before the deadline comes here, and I need to move around a bit here. Brady Pomeroy says, it feels like the Cowboys lost this trade. I mean, we had to give our star defensive tackle, Mazi Smith. What would we do without him? Brady's been on with the trolling today. He's been on today. Yeah, I mean, you move on from Mazi, and you just kind of, you cut bait there. When he was inactive, it's like, okay, they're going to do something with him. Kind of feels like they just got rid of him, and they were done. All right, let's do it with the Cowboys make a trade. Let's give it a Cowboys specific. I do like that one. It was a good one to have. So, Carolina shuffling there. Oh, by the way, I don't know when we'll get the news on it. The Cowboys have to make one more roster move. Somebody's got to go to make room for Logan Wilson. So we'll keep an eye on that. Aiden going to come on here, and if there's a trade you want to make, let us know who it is in the comments. Aiden will give some shout-outs with 18 minutes to go until the deadline.
Alrighty, as Tom takes a quick break and is coming right back, I want you guys to spam down in the comments if there is less than 20 minutes left, a player you would like to see the Cowboys trade for in a little buzzer beater action before the end of this 2025 NFL trade deadline. I'm going to be looking. I see Minkah. I see Max Crosby. Obviously, who doesn't want Max Crosby, right? Phenomenal talent. But I'm seeing a ton of Minkahs, and I would be closely paying attention to something like that. We're looking at our Twitter spaces, closely looking, because I feel like not only would it be a gettable trade, or if that's really the right word there, if that's not only an achievable trade for the Cowboys, but one that wouldn't really cost that much either, and could actually kind of help that the secondary, as Tom was kind of alluding to earlier. It kind of feels like after the moves that you have made today, it's easily the weakest part of your defense right now. I'm looking, I see, I see you, Mr. Slinky. I see you, Mr. Slinky. Christian Harris. Okay, that might be a more attainable option out there right now. Bradley Chubb, I'm sure, is still maybe out there on the trade block as well. The Dolphins, the Jets have cashed in on their fire sale. I wonder if the Dolphins still have yet one or two moves yet to make before the final 20 minutes of this trade deadline. Someone said Mazi Smith, you're in luck, buddy. Mazi Smith is no longer a Cowboy. So I haven't watched the entire Mazi Smith legacy the same way that you guys have, but I know that he is not the most favorite player of the Dallas Cowboys fan base, and he's gone, my friend. He's gone. And in return, you gave up some picks, but as you can see in the top left corner here, you got Quinnen Williams, man. That is a crazy get. Not something I expected out of Jerry Jones today, but make sure you guys are flooding the comments of anybody else you might want to get with your buzzer beater trade additions here at the deadline.
Tie my shoes real quick, then I'll be back on.
Yes, sir. Asking, who is that asking if I'm a Dallas fan? I'm an honorary Dallas fan. Every time I hop on the Dallas Cowboys Report here with Tom, it's a great time hanging out with you guys, but I am a Saints fan. And we are kind of down bad, so not going to spend too much time on that one. Christian Harris in there, Trey Hendrickson in there, still seeing a bunch of Minkahs. Yeah, that makes sense. I could definitely, Kyle Hamilton, I don't know, probably not very attainable. Budda Baker just made some big plays against you not even 24 hours ago, so, I don't think the Cardinals would probably move on from him, but, I like the answers.
Name a player you want to trade for. We got 15 minutes to go until the deadline. No one's done a beer bong for me yet. So we'll do 2 for 1 on the beer bongs, $100, until we reach the end of today's NFL trade deadline. 2 for 1 on that front. So we will see if anyone steps up and delivers on that end. But 2 for 1 on the beer bongs between now and the end of the 2025 NFL trade deadline. Cowboys already got wowed with the Quinnen Williams trade. So 2 for 1 on the beer bongs. We shall see if anyone steps up and delivers. By the way, Peter, it is 20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. So I'm going to message him back real quick so he doesn't get screwed. Let me message him back. Peter Zampino, 20 for the 50-50 raffle. 20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, Peter. And anyone else out there, which will run post-game. Thaddeus Daniel, will you trade for a running back to pair with Javonte? Like, the name that's out there is Breece Hall, and the Jets want a 3. I'm not doing that. I think you're going to need a running back in the offseason with something to pair with him. Peter is in. So Peter Zampino in for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is now 40. Appreciate that, Peter. It's at What Going Downy if you want in. Zampino. But right. I don't know how much interest there's going to be in adding a high price back. I think you're just going to have to kind of hope that nothing happens. Or maybe Jaden Blue will respond well to the benching. Maybe. Jaw, that Quinnen trade is better than the Sauce trade. I actually do agree. I know that he's older, but giving up a second and a future one is a lot different than giving up 2 firsts. Even though those firsts are going to be late, at least this year for the Colts, one might not be very big. There's a chance that's not good next year, that it kind of blows up in Indy's face. So, City Young, what are our draft picks this year and next? So we have the picks this year laid out. We'll go to that here in just a second. And we get the 2026 or 2027 picks laid out here. So the Cowboys this year have their own first, a first-round pick next year, first-round pick in 2026 from the Packers. So 2 firsts this year still, a 2026 fourth-round pick, a 2026 fifth-round pick. They are in line to get a comp pick as well, and they have a 7th-round pick from the Chiefs as part of the Peyton Hendershot trade, which I believe that condition did hit. So I think you still have that 7th-round pick. In 2027, you have your own first, a second, a third, a 4, 2 6s, and a 7. So you essentially flip the 5 and the 6 as part of the George Pickens trade. You sent a 5 to Pittsburgh, they sent you a 6th. So you have essentially a first-round pick, the lower of your own in Green Bay's, a second, a third, a fourth, 2 6s, and a 7. So pretty well stocked in 2027 as well here. Ari Barnes, you think Dallas is done? I'm going to go with yes. I would not be surprised if they kept that. And also a very good note, by the way. I think they're done. Also a good note from Jonathan Jones. By sending the conditional pick for 2027, I don't think they can use that draft pick for a while. I think the condition does tie it up until the end of next season, I think. Because they can't trade it until they know the conditions on it. So I guess they could agree to the later of the 2 first-round picks. I guess they could do that, but they do have to wait for the conditions to kind of tie things up there. Cool Sharky. Apparently there was no timetable to all in. Yeah, it was just like it was months later. Years later, actually, which is kind of funny. Appreciate that, Cool Sharky. Brady, without the Mazi, the trade is just a second-rounder. Had to give up a first to take out Mazi. He's trolling. Nate, $2 super chat. Appreciate that, Nate. Cheers to you, my friend. Let's see what's next up here. $100 super chat from Manny Villagrana. Beer bongs coming up. Everyone spam Manny in the comments. Manny delivers. Thank you, Manny. Austin is into our Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. We got 10 minutes to go until the trade deadline. Peter. Oh, 2 Peters are actually into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That's super funny. Imagine being Peter Swanson thinking I was talking about him the entire time. Peter Swanson is good. So, Peter, I'm going to double check with you. Let me make sure this is right. Peter Swanson, let me make sure you wanted 2. Because I was talking about a different Peter only put 10 in. So, because there was some chaos going on there. There we go. Thank you. I need 2 beer bongs. So I need one more. Oh, you're going to do one. You're going to do one. Sweet. Even better. Cool. Yeah, that's fine with me, man. My liver thanks you a little bit. Manny, the $100 super chat. He takes the lead in everything on the top fan side. The November MVPs will be entered to win on that. I think we need the background. Yeah, you're switching it. Sweet. Thank you. Peter Swanson is in. He did send in 2 20s. I'm double checking with Peter to make sure he didn't think I was talking about Peter Zampino when I said, you need 20, you need 20. It was back-to-back Peter, so I do want to clarify that, make sure we didn't do something wrong there. Austin Phillipson is in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. I'm just going to assume that Peter wanted 1 for now. Update it later. Manny, we still need an edge. Let's go get Crosby or heck even. I think he means Hendrickson. Hendrickson would be cheaper, but kind of mid against the run. Let's go after Minkah to help the back end. We're essentially playing practice squad corners at safety, which they did, which was highly concerning on that front, frankly. Cheers, my friend. Cheers to you as well. Aiden going to rip a beer bong as well. I don't think they're going to get Crosby or Hendrickson. The Bengals have been asking for a first. I don't think they're going to get one. Maybe at the buzzer they do something here. We're almost out of time on that front. But Aiden doing his beer bong. Mine is next. The air bubble out of there. This is for you, Manny. Here we go. All right, I want to rip through all of these super chats. And then I want to do a mailbag after the deadline ends. Because I know these are about specific ones. So I want to make sure we're caught up there. Oh, Austin also said, y'all should hire me. What was it? For the Chat Sports Cowboys channel. Chatsports.com/jobs. There you go. Rapid fire. We got 6 minutes to go here. We'll see if anything else happens. Daniel Logan. Fair to make an example of Blue for the fumble. If you were Jerry, what's your next trade? I would maybe call about Minkah Fitzpatrick. I do wonder if they're done. Titans reporter Paul Krarsky says Titans are done. No more deals out of Tennessee. David, go get me Minkah and I'll shut my mouth. I do wonder what they were asking for. Ed, picked at 7-10, thinking 6-10-1. I mean, it's reasonable. Naran, let's get him a quick raffle wheel spin here. Naranj, however you pronounce it, I'm terribly sorry if I got that wrong. Bachu. I will spin the wheel here real quick. It just says Minkah and Chubb. You don't have a second. I'm not trading a first for Minkah and Chubb. So, do they want to take my 4? If so, yes. Something tells me they probably want more than that. 20! NB, appreciate that, my friend. We'll get you entered here, and then we'll get rapid fire here with 6 minutes to go. All right, Nate, next year, new DC for the Cowboys, we hope. Can't have success, you got to fire Eberflus, and you have to go be aggressive. Cooper Hickey, like where the team is now or pre-Minkah trade? Were you going to pay Minkah? Because if you were going to pay Minkah, maybe. But if you were just going to do the nonsense of not paying him, then maybe not. At least now you're committing to something. Zach, need Kenneth Murray speaking Chinese immediately. Never play him again. Half-Blood Nation says Shane Falco. There you go. A fellow man of culture. SK, 2027 second for Jermaine Johnson. It's a lot for him. It's a lot. Travis Breach, however you pronounce it. Get Tremaine Edmonds. I don't think the Bears will trade him because they're a contender too. Not that you really are. I wouldn't be surprised if they just ride on that one. CJ on the third, thanks for the breakdown. Of course, CJ, happy to have you here as always. Iverson says Trayvon Diggs. I don't think anyone wants him. I don't think anyone wants a hurt corner. Thaddeus Daniel, how likely you think we'll make a 2018 type run into a wild card spot? I mean, here's how I answer this. If you make the playoffs, you played really freaking good down the stretch. You're going to be, if you somehow make the playoffs after starting the year the way you started, you're going to be the team nobody wants to play. Because that means you beat a gauntlet down the stretch of almost all playoff contenders. I don't think you're going to make that run. If the schedule had been flipped this year and you were still 3-5-1, maybe different. I think you're probably going to finish short of the playoff hunt, but you're going to be a very popular, next year they're going to be a better team. Terry, love keeping both firsts in 2026. Does Osa slide out? I think slide out in the sense of 5 technique and plays 3-4 defensive end, but not playing defensive end edge on the far outside. Someone will be opposite him in the end. Samuel, how much to put how pretty I am in a mailbag? Let me ask my bosses. Real quick. Tato, I keep hearing the Cowboys are still, on the phone for Minkah Fitzpatrick. I don't know if that'll happen. We'll see. I kind of wonder if they're done here. By the way, doesn't sound like Jalen Waddle will be moving or be doing anything here. Ricky says, great trade deadline. Going back to doggy heaven. See you at the Combine. Sorry, Pats fans. Hope I'll get a scoop right eventually for you. Love y'all. So I guess the Patriots will not be trading for a back. Ricky makes it sound like it's done. We're done with trades. We'll see. Zachary, $2. Appreciate that. Let me ask the bosses on that. All right. I wait a response for you there, my friend. Let's see. Next up here, I think we're almost all caught up. Excuse me. Travis says Kenny Clark to the Bills for picks. I wouldn't hate that, depending on what those picks are. Because that might help me reset for 2025 and 2026 drafts. Or 2026 drafts, 2027 drafts. I wouldn't mind that, actually. I wouldn't mind that at all. We are almost caught up now. Final call on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Peter Swanson, I did comment to see if you meant to put in 2 raffle entries. So please check. And if you didn't, I'll send it back to you. If you did, I'll just assume you meant to do 2. And that gives you the best chance of winning as well. So, Half-Blood, trade for Minkah, bring back a legend like Taco Charlton. That's funny. Some good ones there. Adam is into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Says, love the content. Hope Dak goes back to playing out of his mind. Got to do it. Maybe the defense not being a guaranteed 27 or 30 for the opposing team will benefit them a little bit. Thaddeus Daniel says, what's your buzzer beater trade target with T-minus 3 minutes? Minkah's got to be the only one out there that makes any sense. Got to be. Got to be the only one. I don't know. Deadline deal. Saints are trading Trevor Penning to the Chargers. They got rid of the bust. That actually makes a lot of sense for the Saints. Yeah, go for it. Adam Pacina is into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Boom. Take home is 80 right now.
Tom, I was actually literally less than a minute away from hopping on here and being livid at the fact that the 1-8 Saints only traded one player, being their undrafted free agent that they turned into a reliable receiving option.
Now they're trading the first-round pick who stinks.
Right. So, but at least you showed me that you wanted to recoup assets. I could talk about this forever. It doesn't fucking make sense.
So Trevor Penning headed to the LA Chargers, who, I'll be honest, I feel so bad for LA. They have been just wrecked by injuries, just absolutely decimated. on that front. So trade deadline is officially over. We shall see if any other buzzer beaters come in. Don't know if that one's going to happen. I am surprised, maybe more than anything, that, Ricky says the other trade the Jets were working on was Jermaine Johnson. And it looks like it didn't happen. Wow. All right, Nate, I will give you $125,000 if you don't say one curse word week 11. I will try. That's also Cowboys Report After Dark. I'm allowed to swear. So I will try. I can make no guarantees. Grayson Pitts, who is worse, current Terrence Steele or Chaz Green? Honestly, that's disrespectful to Terrence Steele. You guys forget how bad Chaz Green was in the one game he played at left tackle after they shuffled him around all preseason, plug him in there at left tackle, and he got beat. I remember Adrian Claiborne postgame was like, yeah, I just kept doing the same move, and he never adjusted. And Adrian Claiborne had this is probably an exaggeration, 20% of his career sacks in one game. He was not good. Chaz Green is worse. So, J-Buzz, with Quinnen coming, Pickens still getting an extension. Yes, you have the money. I will do a breakdown for you. We'll do a couple different fallout videos here. The Cowboys do have to make an additional roster move, so we're going to wait for those details to come through. The Cowboys are going to have to cut somebody or put someone on IR to make room for the trades they have made today. So we'll probably know that within an hour. But those trades should become, or that roster move should be coming in the not too distant future. Again, tomorrow we'll have a full breakdown on the cap and everything else on that front. But they are okay money-wise. Might not feel like it. They are okay money-wise. So stay tuned on that one. Half-Blood says, Rick Ross for protection or Terrence Steele. Depends on what I need protection for. might have different answers on that front. So Zachary, how much does it make for the front D line? I think Quinnen's an awesome football player. I am surprised it wasn't a first this year and a second next year, frankly. Flipping those around, I think, actually does matter a little bit. So let's do grade the Cowboys trade deadline. And I'm going to change the pinned poll to that one as well. Actually, you know what? Just go to the hashtag Cowboys if we have it. Let's do that one. That's even better. And I'll do a grade the trade deadline here in general on the pinned poll. Grade the Cowboys trade deadline. Certainly sounds like things are over. Trade deadline. A, B, C, D, F. So grade the Cowboys trade deadline for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. All of the players that they added are under contract for 2 more years after this one, which I do think matters. Does sound like the final trade of the day is Trevor Penning to the Chargers. Details to be determined. That one coming in at the buzzer. But Trevor Penning headed to the Saints from the Chargers. Logan Wilson, Quinnen Williams are members of the Dallas Cowboys organization. No Breece Hall trade. He had requested out. No Quincy Williams. No Jermaine Johnson. No Trey Hendrickson. No Max Crosby. But who had... I wonder if you could bet on these things. What are the odds of a Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams trade combo happening? Quinnen alone was probably plus 10,000 or plus, 9,000. Sauce probably wouldn't have been on the books at all. Could have parlayed those and done $1 to win $1 million. Just a stunning trade deadline from the Jets. So here's what's going to happen here in just a second. Dolphins are done as well. No Chubb, Judon, or Fitzpatrick trade. So we'll break that down a little bit here. But Zachary, I do think the D-line helps you. So we will do a mailbag here on the show. I'll give Aiden some time to make sure that all those, I kind of have it semi-shelled. If you scroll down, it is somewhere. I don't know where I put it. It's way down there. So I think some of those are built. We'll do a mailbag here. Then we'll sign off. I am going to wait to figure out what the additional roster move is the Dallas Cowboys are. They have to do something to make room for Wilson. They obviously made room for Quinnen with the Mazi Smith trade. They do have to make one more roster move here to free up the spot. So we'll see what that looks like. I'm sure we'll know at some point here. I haven't seen the transaction wire, so we'll keep an eye on, but something has to happen for the Cowboys to make a roster move. We will have a video on that whenever we figure out what that is. Aiden is going to build the mailbag stuff here quickly. Prize picks. Shouldn't take too terribly long for you. And then we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle before we get into that. So if you have questions, trade deadline or just like big picture stuff moving forward, get them in via hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line altogether via Super Chat. Marcus Arnold is also in to our Venmo 50-50 raffle. So we'll probably end it on that one. Going to be $90 on the take-home side. So we will keep an eye on what other roster move the Dallas Cowboys will be making if someone's getting cut, if someone's getting placed on IR as a stash. They've got several guys coming back after the bye week too. So they're going to have to do a bunch of roster moves in the coming days to free up some spots for various players. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. But this is a surprisingly aggressive one. Get your questions in. Hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line all together via Super Chat. The trade deadline is done. It is completed. By the way, I don't know if you saw Greg Abbott claiming he's going to impose a 100% tariff on anyone moving to Texas from New York City, which isn't a thing. There's a lot of good jokes about Quinnen Williams. Very, very stupid, by the way. Just doesn't make any sense. So, hashtag Cowboys, skip the line all together via Super Chat. Man, Jets went crazy today. Mazi, A.D. Mitchell, a first next year, a first this year, 2 firsts next year, actually, a second this year. They went nuts. Man, Breece Hall tweeting out, sick about my brothers, happy for them, but I'm sick right now. He don't want to be there, man. He don't want to be there. Oh, my goodness. All right, so mailbag coming up. Get your questions in via hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line all together via Super Chat. Let's run the Venmo race once you are ready. And then you can review quickly while we do the race. I think it's probably the best idea. So get them in via hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line all together via Super Chat. Got a lot of videos coming for you on the channel. Let me see here. Yeah, that's fine. Quinnen has this is a great next-gen stat. Quinnen has the 4th most quarterback pressure since 2012 or 2022. The most facing double teams in that same span. Second is Osa. Yeah, because Osa's been doubled a lot lately. He gets a lot of the attention on the interior. Now he doesn't, which is good for him. Still waiting on. Oh boy, there are some damn good edits on this Quinnen Williams stuff. Holy shit. This one's so good. Say what? No, Venmo 50-50. Venmo 50-50. There's 9 people eligible for it. Marcus Arnold is the most recent one. So we'll do that race, then get into the mailbag. And I do think like the Jets might not win a game this year, frankly, the rest of the way. This is clearly bad for the locker room. That's what you do when you're rebuilding. You just kind of deal with it. So get your questions in. Hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line all together via Super Chat. This is the Venmo 50-50 duck race. $90 to the winner. Let's ride. We got Trump duck, regular duck, spiky green-haired duck, police duck, old-timey lawyer duck, Dr. Duck, heart-spotted duck, Benjamin Franklin duck, and Rudolph the shiny red-nosed reindeer duck. They're all randomized. I don't get to pick them. I don't pick them. Peter Swanson's got 2 entries, by the way, because he got in there twice on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We're underway. Peter and Nick D. I love that Trump Duck's an option. Trump Duck has never won, though. Then again, the odds of any duck winning are normally like at best 5%, best 10%. So it gets kind of unlikely. And they're not all in each race. So we're away. 15 seconds left here. Should definitely have changed that trade all 3 next time for future note. It's not a big deal right now, but it's fine. Peter, Austin, Marcus, Troy Daniels making a run in green-haired duck. It is going to be Troy by a beak. Troy comes out on top. So Troy, congrats. $90 heading your way for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I appreciate that. 90 for you, my friend. The 50-50 raffle. Boom. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate that. Last call for the mailbag. Hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line altogether via Super Chat. I will say, Aiden, this will go out later, so you don't have to have the trade like graphics up on screen. That's fine. It's not. You can have like regular normal L3s. So get your questions in via hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line altogether via Super Chat like William Cook just did. We can include Bode's $5 Super Chat. I think it's pretty funny. So, we can definitely get to that one as well. So get your questions in. Final call. Hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line all together via Super Chat. We will get to all of your questions here on today's Cowboys Report mailbag in just a second. Congrats to Troy on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. His first win ever? I think that might have been Troy's first 50-50 win. Congrats to you, Troy. You can always see the transition between each other. So get your questions in. Hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line all together with a Super Chat. Post-trade deadline mailbag coming out of our live trade deadline coverage. What a day it was. Logan Wilson, Quinnen Williams, plenty of breakdowns available for you on the channel. So make sure you guys check those out. A bunch of that stuff will be linked in the comments in the description of today's show. Bode Shannon having some fun. Says Drewski or Terrence Steele at right tackle. Can I go on a bit of a rant here? What does Drewski actually do? He doesn't actually do anything. He's just there. He's just like, oh, he's in a commercial again. Oh, he's doing a skit. But what does he actually do? He is funny, but he was just like, is he an industry plant? I throw it out there. Because yeah, but how did he get to be so popular and famous? He just didn't do anything. I don't know. It's fine. He is funny, so it's fine. I guess Terrence Steele, but there are definitely some very funny Drewski skits. So, William Cook, $5. Who loses snaps at defensive tackle, really? Look, I think you're going to have a little bit less for Solomon Thomas. Maybe you actually get to dial back Clark and Osa and keep them fresher, by 5 or so snaps. And then you do get to probably not play Jay Tobiga at all. / Mazi Smith, who was also obviously traded as part of the Quinnen Williams blockbuster trade. Waters Gaming. This is a fire trade deadline. What are your thoughts? It's aggressive. They are not normally like this, and they did do a little bit more on that front. It was an aggressive trade deadline for the Cowboys, which at least they have laid out a plan. They're not just riding the fence anymore. It might not work out. Odds are nothing works out for you because this is how it goes. Just you never get the things the way you want them to go, right? It's always something doesn't quite go your way on that front. It's hard to win championships, but I do think like trying to win not so much this year, but the next couple years, you have to nail this draft. By the way, now this upcoming one, at least your plan is like we're going for it with Dak Prescott instead of like, hey, we're just riding the fence. I don't like fence riding. Either be aggressive or rebuild. They picked aggressive. So grade the Cowboys trade deadline for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Grade the Dallas Cowboys trade deadline. A, B, C, D, or F. Ecuador man AOG with your second first-round pick, Caleb Downs, or a future first, I'm going to come trade up. I probably have to spend my first-round pick on Caleb Downs. I doubt he falls into the 25th spot, whatever it is, when the Cowboys pick with the Packers selection, whatever. But in general, like, trade down in round 1 or take Caleb Downs, even if it's that pick 12, 15, whatever it is. I'd probably take Caleb Downs. I think he's a special player. If I can still pull off what the Rams did last year and I get extra draft capital, or if I just trade down and get some day 2 picks this year, I am doing that. I am very light on day 2 picks right now. I've got none, actually. I've got 2 firsts this year, no second, no third, a 4, probably going to have 2 fifth-round picks, and a 7. I do need some more draft picks, frankly. Michael, a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Zuzba, however you pronounce it. If I got it wrong, I'm terribly sorry. Is the season over? Any chance of making the playoffs? I can... Let me pull this up here. I can get the exact, current playoff odds right now. It's not great. It's not over, but, the odds are very much against you. Next Gen Stats has it as a 5% chance. You needed that win over the Cardinals. That one hurt you. Instead of being, to fall back to where you are, that one stings. Because you're behind Arizona in tiebreakers. You're ahead of them in real life. You're behind the Panthers and Bears in tiebreakers. You almost have to just cheer super hard against Philadelphia, choking. They already have 6 wins. That feels unlikely. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. You and I, hey, look, we love football. The hard-hitting football action is even better with Prize Picks, though. The weather might be changing, but the feeling of being right never gets old. Keep the season rolling on Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It is the only app to offer stacks. Pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. You want to pick more on Josh Allen passing yards, rush yards, touchdowns. Pick them all in the same lineup via Prize Picks. Also, check out the feed tab. You can follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app. Harrison, our Bears host, hooking up this one for the Sunday power play. Caleb Williams more than passing yards. Jackson Dart more than passing yards. I like it. I think it's going to hit. If you haven't already, go download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Links to the comment section and the description of today's show. From Grimes, do the Cowboys draft defensive help this offseason? Yes, they are going to draft defensive help. They will certainly not ignore that one. That is not going to be a thing that they do. They are not going to ignore defense. They're going to go heavy on defense probably. They will target that significantly. And they have to get these picks right. These picks coming up matter so much for you being an actual team. If you can't draft, that's what the Cowboys operate. If you can't draft, it's over. It's done. You're cooked. You have to draft well. Elite TV Gamer. Any defensive coordinators who run a 5-2, why pick which defensive tackle left out? We can have the whole buffet. It's funny. You want to go see if Buddy Ryan wants to help you out a little bit there? Or Maybe Rex Ryan can do it. I'm kidding on Buddy Ryan for obvious reasons, unfortunately. I mean, it's fun. Not in the modern NFL. They did 5-man front stuff, though, against the Cardinals, and they'll do more of that. But it's going to be edges involved, too. David Ellswick, Arvell Reese, or Caleb Downs in round 1? Give me Arvell Reese. I don't think he's there. I think you're going to be drafting whatever best case, worst case, however you want to frame it. Like, what? 10, 12 again, 13, something like that mindset. I don't know if there's 5 better players than Arvell Reese who can do everything in a linebacker, including rush the passer. I don't think there's 5 better players than Caleb Downs, but he's a safety, and safeties don't always go as early. So there is a chance that Caleb Downs slides to wherever you're picking. That pipe dream is maybe semi-realistic. Now, the playoff push is going to be almost impossible for Dallas. Be honest with me. Will they make the playoffs, or is this about setting up for 2026 and beyond? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Y for yes, N for no. AJ Phillips, Cowboys, when Quinnen's contract is up, what money might I think he is worth? I mean, you've got a long time to go on that front. Let's see how it plays out. He'll be in his 30s by then, or you can send him now and maybe save some money. I don't know how much it's going to cost him. We'll keep an eye on it, but that's might be an offseason thing, might not be, but it's probably a decent chunk of change, which is why you're probably not going to invest in. But also, like, you're going to save money short term because, like, you're riding with, the signing bonus gets restructured, so you're not actually adding that much more cash to you. We'll see, but it'll be a lot. It'll be premium money, frankly. Roman, a $5 super chat with Quinnen. We have a fear factor, which will take the focus off other players, making it easier on the rest of the offensive line. I do agree. I do think, like, he's not Minkah caliber, but, like, that is someone, like, okay, we have to game plan for Quinnen Williams now. Like, you haven't had that without Micah Parsons. You haven't had someone opposing teams have had to game plan for. Now you do. Not the same caliber. It's different, but that does matter. We'll have a lot of videos for you throughout the rest of the week. We'll be live again on Thursday. This will probably go out after Thursday's live show, so I shouldn't have said that, but whatever. Bye week is here. We'll still have videos for you. Hit that sub button so you don't miss out. Jared Knoll, do we have the best defensive tackle room in the NFL? I got to do some thinking here. The Chiefs one is pretty good. The Steelers and Eagles are both really good. Think, what am I missing here? The Ravens are all banged up, so we can't pick them anymore. I'm just trying to go through all these options. Oh, shoot, it might be Seattle. Seattle might be the right answer there, depending on how you count some of those players. Leonard Williams is so good. Byron Murphy's taking a step forward, like Jaron Reed. Yeah, I mean, if Walter Nolan keeps it up, I guess Arizona is a team to watch there. I still like Philadelphia a lot on the interior. Yeah, I guess I think you're in the top 5. That matters. That matters. Thank you, Jared. Caesar. Tom is 10, 6, and 1 enough to make a wild card spot, or do we need the division? I would be surprised if you won 10 games and did not make the playoffs. Now, the Bears have to collapse. The Panthers have to struggle down the stretch. One of the Niners, Lions have to kind of come back down to earth. But I think 10 wins would get you in, because that NFC North is going to cannibalize each other a little bit. They all have to beat each other. So I would think 10, 6, and 1 gets you in. Doesn't guarantee it, but I would think. However, that's going on an incredible run down the stretch. That probably isn't going to happen. E2K, are we giving up on drafting a running back then? I could still, maybe you just sign a veteran. Like, maybe that's what you do. And you just ride with a vet and Javonte again. Or you spend a day 3 pick on one. You spend a 5th round pick on a back. Honestly, I don't I don't love the early vibes on this class outside of Jeremiah Love, who you should not spend a first-round pick on because you got to fix your defense. But I don't love those other options. Someone will emerge, I'm sure. But give me your Cowboys record predictions in 2025. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Predict the Cowboys record in 2025. King Ishmael TK. Cowboys said ESPN gets the Jets get an F grade or A grade, and the Cowboys got an F grade. I haven't looked at what their grades were. They did give him an F. If you only judge this through the lens of 2025, it doesn't make any sense. That's not what this is. This is also about multiple years. I would have been much more upset with Trey if you had moved your own first-round pick this year. I think that would have been a mistake. But it's next year's first. It's not the same. I do think there was immense value with Quinnen Williams. So I'm not sure I agree with ESPN's analysis there. What they give the Sauce Gardner trade? They gave the Colts a D. I guess they're consistent. But I think the Gardner trade was worse for Indy. But $5, Hayden Miller. Love the trade. This is our last question, by the way. We've needed a fatty in the middle for a while. How does this affect Osa and Kenny Clark? Who do you start next year and who leaves next year? Let the year play out. You're kind of letting Osa and Clark fight for a job, right? Because I don't think you're going to keep both of those guys with the sizable contract they're on. That would not make sense to me. I would anticipate one of those guys being gone. Before we sign off, the trade alert, the details that did go down. Trevor Penning to the Chargers, a 2027 sixth-round pick. Wait a minute. What did... Oh, yeah, the Awesome Richards pick was a 2028 swap. I was thinking about the Cowboys show. I'm like, wait a minute, what did they give up on that trade originally? So we'll sign off here for today's live stream. Appreciate every single one who tuned in here. Do not miss that sub button. YouTube.com/Cowboys TV. Live again on Thursday. And then we will not have a show on Sunday. Hit that sub button so you don't miss out. YouTube.com/Cowboys TV. We'll have a breakdown of whatever roster move the Cowboys end up making here in just a little bit as well. Stay tuned for that one.